Check, check. 1, 2. Hey, hey. Yes. Yeah, it's not instant there. And let me turn. Yeah, and I just transition this, and you'll be able to see this image now. If you all the way, yeah. Yep.
Test 1 1. Test 1 2.
Check. 1 2. Hey hey. Check. 1 2. Hey 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 hey.
It's just when we do the Q&A afterwards.
Yeah. Fine. Well, I'll stay on and
Yeah.
How are we controlling this?
Just okay. Sandra, some water. Well, he's a good lad. Hello, everybody. We'll just wait for the final few to sit down. Could I have the opening slide, please? Well, this is great. Welcome, everybody. It's fantastic to see so many people here at the RSM for our first symposia, if you like. We've got a great team of people, a great faculty today. We've got 5 talks lined up. There's plenty of time for Q&A afterwards. I have one piece of housekeeping, and that's we are filming this, and I hope you're all happy to be filmed, because during the Q&A, the camera may rotate onto you. So if you are unhappy, put your hand up. Okay. So it's a warm welcome on behalf of Phraktion from the co-founders. That's myself, Paul Reynolds, Gordon Harvey, Nigel Biswas-Baldwin, and Bruce Ritchie. It's a great pleasure to have you here. So our first speaker, if you could put the next slide up, please, is Sandra Rokach. She'll be talking about teams and how to build effective teams. We've then got a chaired event with some fellow recruiters, if you like, going to be talking about what the Phraktion way of thinking is, why that may change how we source talent within the industry. Andy Craig will then be talking about our future is biotech and why there is a dearth of funding really pretty much outside the USA and Switzerland, and how hard it is to get money for any sort of biotech startup. Then there'll be another chaired event, which Cass Ricks is doing with some senior thought leaders from industry about how fractional thinking may percolate its way into larger pharma. And then Natalie Douglas will be talking about the future and how fractional thinking may weave its way into that. And then we'll have some drinks outside in the atrium for an hour afterwards where we can all network. So, Sander, hang on. Sander is a great friend of mine and Paul Reynolds in the audience. Sander worked with both of us at Galapagos for the best part of 4 years. Sander ran an enormous project team for a $300 million project for which I was the medic and Paul was the commercial lead, with a core team of about 30 people. spanning all over the globe and nearly 300 sites. I even went to Sydney for 2 nights to do a talk. I won't do that again. Yeah. Sander knows all about how to build effective teams and is an inspirational project leader. And without her, that project that we did would never have got done. Unfortunately, the drug failed, but the team was a massive success. So could you put your hands together, please, for Sander Rokac?
All right, now Paul is too generous. Hello, everyone. And I'm really, really happy to be here. Paul, I came mainly to see them and then to see the rest of you. And also, I had no idea that this will be filmed. And now I have to watch my language because I tend to say what I think. I do have, I maybe just tell you, let me see. Oh, it works. You saw my name, and you know we are in London, and the date is right. And just very quick background, just to see where I'm coming from in order to talk about what I'm going to talk about. So I'm Croatian originally. I'm a PhD in molecular biology. I worked on protein translation, basic fundamental science, and then came for postdoc to Geneva for 3 years. And after those 3 years at the Medical University at Geneva, moved to Serono. So my first entry into pharma was Serono, later Merck Serono, multiple sclerosis at that time, 20 years ago. So now it's 20 years that I'm in pharma business or biotech. And there I started through medical information as a contractor, then safety for a year, and then clinical development science group for 6 years, and then moved to Shire, where I became project leader for the first time in a more overarching function. And at those times, Shire was very generous and formed people like me, project leaders or program leaders, by exposing us to different functions. So I had a rotation in market access for a year and commercial expansion of ADH drugs to Japan and China, 6 months. I mean, that was something. Today, who affords this type of luxury to anyone because everything is a rush. There's no wait to form people. And then I returned back to R&D program leadership role. After 6 years in Shire, I went to Galapagos, where then I headed the group of program leads. And that's where I led personally that program where we all led the program, because obviously without a team, nothing happens. And most recently, I worked at Unicure, which is a gene therapy company that's downsized recently, and project leaders were declared non-essential function, and we were let go. And so I'm back now at Unicure part-time consulting, because they figured it's actually an essential role, especially for the programs that are in good standing and that need to keep rolling on a on a fast basis, because time is precious, as you know, in the industry where we are, in everything. But I'm now an independent consultant, and I do have more than one client, as one has to have in this type of setup of self-employment. I work with another company in Geneva and one other company in London, but predominantly now helping Unicure back in my old role. So that's about me. And today I want to start, so I want to tell you about my vision, which is by no means the right one. It's just based on this experience that I told you about. A little bit about structural considerations about global product, program, project, asset teams, as they call them. You know, don't be focused on, how we call them. We all know the concept we're talking about, because this is how we work in matrix. We have functions, and then functions deploy subject matter experts to the team that then works on a given task, i.e. project, yeah. And so if we start with the structures of those teams, first let me state the problem statement. This is my cartoon that you all saw probably a million times on LinkedIn or somewhere. But it's a really good one, because this is how the pharma used to work, if you remember, many years ago. And remember the first hurdle, second hurdle, third hurdle, regulatory, and then fourth hurdle, payers, and those were hurdles. There was no seamless and smooth way of thinking in an integrated way. You jump one after the other. And that doesn't work anymore. The time has changed in industry. It's very competitive. Everything is very different than it was 20 years ago. And so we need those teams. And look, again, this is just an example. Doesn't matter. It's about the concept here. And if I miss some important functions, please forgive me. It's about the concept. So you have all of these subject matter expert groups or sub-teams that deal with their specific specific tasks to get the drug where it needs to be through approval to the market and beyond. And they come together, the leads of those functions, those responsible for those functions, like Paul Reynolds was for commercial and Paul Ford was for clinical, medical. In that example, when we worked together, they come to the global project team where we sit together and oversee end-to-end what is happening with this drug. And so these sub-teams, they operate. They have to operate. They have their own plans. They have their own execution plans. But it has to fit together. That's why those hurdles cannot stand anymore, or those silos that you saw on the previous slide. It has to be integrated, because what we do today in clinical, even in preclinical, will reflect on what you can claim in the label later, and not to talk about payers, what endpoints you used in phase 2, or not even phase 3. Okay. Now, what's the mandate here of these teams? It's pursuing the asset vision. There has to be a vision. This is where we want to be. These are the patients we want to help in that way, and we want to allow them to have access to this drug. And that requires strategic program planning and execution oversight. Oh, I have it here. And so the team is accountable for the overall product strategy, owning the integrated product plan or strategy plan or other names. But there must be a plan that integrates functional critical parts. You know, I told you all of these functions. They all have deliverables, but they are so interconnected and interdependent what they can deliver. So that's the view that this team has to have. It's actually here. Focus on functional interdependencies. That's what the global project team does. It does not solve clinical development plan. Paul can do that much better than a bunch of us, me, project leader, CMC, and I don't know what. But we have to be able to feed in, because without drug, there is no study. Without commercial, we don't know which endpoints to put in the closed testing strategy to control for alpha, because they end up in the label, and without that, they cannot promote of them, and so on. It's very, very connected. And that's these global product teams. Why are they global? Because everything we do in pharma, we do for multiple markets, because we cannot afford separate developments. There are occasions where it has to be done, but you know what I'm talking about. So then, you know, once we have all of these functional plans, clinical development plan, regulatory plan, CMC plan, they come together, and then this team oversees that we're moving through deliverables and milestones, and that we stay within the approved strategy and budget, because we do report to someone up there, and we have to stay within what's agreed. And if it's going out, we have to react and inform the rest of the organization. So this tracking and staying within strategy and budget is the mandate of this team. And of course, we have to be forward-looking and identify project risks, scenario play, have a plan B, and resolve issues and escalate as required. Conflict resolution, decision-making, very important. And you know that this is a major issue in many human organizations, not just pharma, just because of human nature. I want to spend a minute, something that's dear to my heart, because there is, so I spoke about different functions on that team, but I didn't mention really project leaders and project managers, what they really do. Now, most of my career, I declare I was in a role of a project leader, and so many times I was approached for a position of a project manager, because people think that's the same thing. And actually, it's also used interchangeably by many people. Please don't do that. These are two totally different, equally important roles. So project leaders are content drivers, okay? They manage the team. So one is the leadership aspect, and I'll talk about it next. But if we talk about the content, It's really the content expertise. Someone who's a successful project leader should ideally understand, not in details. We are not there to step on the toes of subject matter experts because we don't know better than them. But we are there to understand how these pieces of puzzle must fit together. Otherwise, again, you are back to the first slide. And so that's the content, and also big picture view on end-to-end drug development. One has to understand interdependencies and actually have a vision and responsible for that vision of the project. And certainly a huge effort on stakeholder management. I'll talk about that later. Project managers are focused on coordinating the project. You know, do we meet objectives? Do we stay in what we are mandated with? FTEs? Do we stay within the budget? Where are the milestones? What are the benchmarks? How do we plan? Project management, budget management. If I tell you that me, on this side, never in my life I have logged in to project management platform any. Neither Microsoft Project, nor Planisware, nor Smartsheet, whatever. 0 times in my life. And people say I'm relatively doing a good job on this end, and never once. So I'm not a project manager. I do not qualify for that job. I just cannot do it. And so these two roles are very different. They have to work like this for us to be successful. So me and project manager, we talk every Monday morning, we align the week, and we debrief at the end of the week and speak many times in between, and sometimes do redundant roles, and we divide and conquer. So that there's no question. But these are different skill sets. I would never make a good project manager. That's for sure. I would fail. But I want to, because I was heading a function of project leaders in last 2 companies. We post an opening, we get applications from 50 people, of those 45 project managers. And people do not understand the difference. Sorry, this was for my soul a bit, because I spent so much time on trying to explain. Okay, now, what are the relations at the teams and with the governance? Because everybody has a boss in the end, and so does this team, and those above that team, and so on. And so if we talk about relations at the project team, functional experts, they lead their respective sub-teams. I showed at the first slide, and they come, a single person, to the GPT and talks for that team, for their area of expertise. In principle, each function is represented with 1 member, but I'll come to that in a minute. And GPT membership may change depending on the stage of development. And let me talk about this everlasting challenge to keep the team size optimal. There is a huge fear of missing out ingrained in our human brains because we like to be in control. That's a defense mechanism for us to feel better. It's a comfort zone because we know how we do things. And we have to deal with this at every level. And here, oh my God, everyone wants to be at a GPT because they think they are not relevant if they are not at a GPT. This is totally not correct. And they just want to be at the meetings, like the meetings is the only thing that GPT does, you know. But they have to be at these meetings. And so many, and me as a project leader, on weekly basis, I would get complaints from the line functions or the people themselves that they would like to join that team. Now, I've been really trying to fend it off at about 10 people core team. As Paul said, broader team, it was 30. In our case, can be much bigger in bigger companies. But why about 10? First of all, or maybe I save that for the next section where I talk about functional teams, but you have to create sense of belonging and safe space where people can, first of all of them speak up, even those most introverts. It's your job as a leader of the team to call them out and give them space over others. And also, you have to have a space where people can laugh and cry and actually share personal traumas that they experienced that week, or maybe celebrate successes at work. It is really important for the motivation, and maybe some of you are not big on those soft things, but I'm sorry. It's really important for long term. Short term, forget them, I agree. Cut it, fine, it looks good short term. Longer term, if you want commitment, it's really important that to get this right. And this cannot be done with huge groups. It cannot be done. It's like a family. You have to allow space for everyone, and we don't have that much space or time. And so you choose those that are most important for the project in development. Of course, you have to communicate to the rest of the organization, and I'll come to that. And they have to, those who sit at the project team, Paul, and other Pauls, we had 4 Pauls, they have to speak for their function. Because what happens is, we align at the project team, and they come with their expert view, and we count on them, and we align on the strategy that takes that into account. And then we come to the decision-making body, to present our strategy, development committee, portfolio committee, call it as you wish. And the person in their line challenges them and doesn't agree. And we developed entire strategy based on the input from their function. This is so often. And there is a lot of ego, clearly. We are human beings. But there is also a lack of understanding how important is stakeholder management and how important it is to spend that time to align your functions. So that's another thing I insist on. In terms of governance, so these are these committees that we report to. Yes, we present the strategy, they agree to it, and then we have to stick within it and make it happen, right? Make it happen. And we have to watch for deviations because we are responsible for the bigger picture of the enterprise too. Now on the softer part. Am I too fast? Because I'm trying to cover everything and we're a little bit delayed in the start. The teams need to be functional. Now that's the soft part. If you allow me, it means a lot to me. So how do we work? We all get frustrated with decisions that we don't understand. I have a segment in this presentation that's called Fair Process Leadership, but I don't know if we'll have time. Let's see how we progress. But what we need to try, I say need to try because I'm not good at that either, is to try to focus the team on what we can do, okay? And not bother with things that are outside of our control because that strictly frustrates us. And it's not always just because management is ignorant. It's because they have information that we don't have. The thing is they don't share it. And this is this fair process that I'll come later to. But so focus, as long as we do the best we can for whatever we need to do, that's it. There's nothing else we can do. And if things go wrong, but at least we know we did the best. That's when we can feel well, okay? And we cannot get frustrated with more than that. And there I put, seek clarity from leaders and decision makers to avoid wasting time. Represent the function to the GPT, I talked about that. Please align with your function, line function. Don't waste our time either. This, maximize on expertise and personality synergies for the benefit of the program. Now, the fit. It's really important, and I think it's often overlooked. You certainly experienced people in your life, in the working life, but maybe in your other life, that excelled in some role, and they were moved to another role, and they really underperformed, and vice versa. They were mediocre in a certain role, and suddenly they are put in a different context, and they are really doing great. And this is about the fit. We, the leaders, and this is for every team, I don't mean leaders of the company, leaders of any group of people. It is our job to actually find where that person's expertise at that given time is best fitted to allow them to actually blossom and do the best for our project. And that fit piece in the leadership is sometimes neglected. You really need to know how to help position or talk to their bosses. Look, maybe not for this, but put him or her, or put them on this, because this is where, and then we will compensate the other part with something else. That's a really important part of leadership. One has to be observant for that. And sharing the information. That's about FOMO, fear of missing out. Not just aligning, but also to keep people feel that they matter. They do matter. People in the back office who do not sit in the meetings and teams equally matter like the rest of us, because without them, some part of the job will stop. And we have to take that time to propagate the message, decisions, why, explain why are we doing that to the rest of the organization, but also to all of these lines, to, again, this fair process that people feel they are engaged and informed and all of that. All this, each segment is stakeholder management. See clarity from leaders, the fit, this communication. Why I say this? So in my experience as a program lead myself, I think more than 50% of my time is stakeholder management. That's active stakeholder management. Scheduling calls every week with every core team member. Then maybe on monthly basis with the entire leadership team, CEO, or whatever. Then depending in which company, how big is the company and how many layers are there. Then with function heads, so bosses of your people. It's a lot. Half of my calendar used to be, or is if I'm in this role, talking to people. One has to stomach that. It takes a lot of energy because you one-on-ones, I don't know if that's your experience, especially on Zoom and Teams, and since we are electronic, one-on-ones are most intense because it's really all you. It's your head there. There's no escape. No, seriously. It's really, it's draining to have 5, 6 one-on-one meetings in the day. Being in a bigger meeting is much easier. You know, the focus is not on you. I think it potentiated the drain, all of this looking straight to the face. I don't know, you know. Few concepts, and I'm sorry if you don't like this soft stuff, but I think it's really important. There's no functioning team without trust, and there is no good leadership without trust. What I took this, it's from Harvard Business Reviews, there is a reference there. None of this is my drawing. You have to be competent. First of all, the person who you deal with has to say, I know you can do it, your reasoning and judgment are sound. No one will follow you, and follow in inverted commas, because if we have leaders, we have followers, if you don't know your stuff. And that's really, you can fake it, but you will not make it ultimately. Because short term, yeah, but longer term, if you do not know what you're talking about, and also if you do not say what you don't know, they will not trust you. They will just not buy, they will not listen to you anymore. Authenticity. All of us on a subconscious level see through that thing. We don't think about, oh, he's authentic and he's pretending. We don't think actively, but we develop resistance towards something which is faked. And authenticity in leadership and in the teams, those people, 10 people, 30 people, is really important. And empathy. If we do not show that if we do not genuinely care for that other person, I said we cried and laughed, and we did cry and laugh in that team. Every project team meeting, we had the first 10, 15 minutes just to talk what's up with us. And this is, so if you put these things together, people can trust you. Otherwise, there is always, and trust is the foundation of any collaboration, any life and relationships, not just think about it, it's for sure. It has to be. The trust is really a critical point. Another issue that we deal with at the teams is, again, you saw this, you know, people are there to prove them. There are some drivers in us that drive us to listen to reply and not listen to understand. You know, the sentence is not finished yet of the previous person. 3 people already have open mouth and just waiting to jump in. And in some cultures like mine, we jump in. Croatia, we speak on top of each other. In the Mediterranean, maybe you noticed that. But this is a big thing, and if this team that I'm talking about, the program team, project team, can install the culture of allowing each other to be heard. This is active listening. This is not listening, just being quiet. This is really listening. that goes a long way because we then allow ourselves to understand where the other person is coming from. Otherwise, we just don't care. We just care for what we need to do to release our pressure. And that ties into this. And this is really something for me because I speak up often. And it's true, this has been my problem, that I feel I always have to contribute. And no, it's not true. Absolutely not true. The person who speaks the most is not the smartest person in the room. And ask yourself, does this need to be said? So if you find yourself in a situation that you want to respond to the previous speaker and you are not listening anymore, ask yourself, does this need to be said? Okay, yeah, it would be good that this is corrected by me, or maybe it's better suited with another person from another angle, from another like expertise. And now, does it need to be said now? Or maybe in a different forum, or maybe not at all. Only if the three are yes, say it. This is for me, a difficult one, but this is really a good one. I like it because I think it's a really good checklist. Now, how much time do I have? 20. Oh, because maybe I have 10 more minutes, and then we can chat. Only few slides, and forgive me, I'm a little bit squeezing my beliefs here, and I spoke about fair process. What is fair process? So that's actually a leadership concept. It's published. There are many, not just Harvard Business Review papers, but also scientific papers. And it's based, you know, when we and other people who were kids were very small, very quickly, as soon as we start speaking, why can he have it and I cannot? Why can she do that and I cannot? Right, that's ingrained in human nature, possibly evolutionary, I have no idea, didn't check on that part. But so this concept of fairness is part of our psyche, it's part of human nature. And it's really interesting how it's not utilized more as a strategy to get things done. And not only that, I think we owe respect to people, ultimately, to take them through that process, not just for interest of getting things done. Now, it's based on 3 key principles: engagement, involving people in decisions that affect them. I know you'll say that's not possible. We cannot consult everyone. But it has to be done. It can be done in a very simple way, and the goal can be achieved. Explanation, clearly communicating the reasoning behind decisions. Communication is the key for any team, for any decision, for any change management, anything. Expectation clarity. Once the decision is made, set clear expectations for the rest of the organization. You certainly, if we talk about organizations, we can talk about teams, but you are certainly aware that after the big layoffs, the biggest issue is with people who stay, and no one cares about them. You know, we fight for packages for those who leave for good reason, but actually no one takes care for the morale and those who stay. It's really true. Help people understand why that happened and set the expectation in front of them and then tell them why that was beneficial in due time, right? When we have some metrics to do that. In business, I will not, in the interest of time, but it's clear, builds trust and credibility with teams, encourages commitment and cooperation, reduces resistance to change, enhances performance, creates a culture of transparency and accountability. Most importantly, it's highly published in the engineering industries, automobile or other left-brain industries. They did studies on productivity after they employ fair process in any process in the company, change or teams, versus just doing it without explaining to people why they did it and actually not giving them clear expectations what's next. There is improvements, and again, there are some, but there are more citations. I have them if you want. Improves productivity and ultimately profitability, right? Because that's what we want in business. So this is a business concept. This is not a blah, blah. And it's quite documented. And I will not spend much time here because we don't have time. There is this slide where we talk about communication, clarity, consistency, changeability with evidence. Give me evidence what happened with that change. Give me a check in 3 months and say, look, we improved this, we improved that. You know, there is a dip first, but then we go out after the change, or in the team after the decision is made. It's the same thing. Just treat people with dignity, I think, bottom line. All right, so last 2 slides. Now, what does this mean? No, I apologize. Not everyone here is a solo consultant. And I have been only for a few months. I did do it for 9 months before the last 2 companies. And this last company is just several months that I'm back to my self-employment framework. But the question is, now I told you about these teams, right? But how do we, as external, you know, can we really do these things that I was talking about here? Because as external, we're typically providing targeted and limited duration of input, and not to mention project leaders. So in my background, very hard to find clients, because typically program leads that I would do or something like that at a strategic level, they want to have them internal. So even when I start consulting with a company, after 3 months, they come back and say, you either come internal or you are out, because it's a very important role, and you don't show enough commitment if you're not internal. Someone reminded me just talking before that there is not a lot of commitment often from internal people to the companies. So that you know this argument, and I will not forget that. Because I'm so many times challenged, how can you do such an important role if you are external? It's a really good point, actually, that morale is not always very high, even for people who are on the payroll. So it's, I'm trying to think here, and I'll think with you together, which leadership skills are key when we consult? How can we be leaders when we are hired for someone else to make a decision? You know, I don't know what are your thoughts, and I'm curious. I put 2 just to maybe stimulate a little bit. Knowing where to place our attention, because you know when we come, it's different. We are not now responsible for everything. So the skill is also to know where you spend your capital that you have with that company in terms of time they give you to speak, time to give you to work. Where do you make a difference for them? And then another one, engaging in meaningful conversation, not just any conversation. It has to be condensed. It has to be more meaningful than it would be if you are diluted in the payroll role. You know what I mean? So what are your views? Any ideas here? Which leadership skills are key when consulting? What skills are you using to actually make a difference? Or you just do your job, collect a check, and go out?
I think flexibility and adaptability.
Flexibility and adaptability. Anyone else?
I think bringing your authentic self to that conversation, because I think for me, I'm always trying to be a critical friend, so that active listening and then coming back and going, I think I heard this, this is what you wanted, and sometimes I feel that clients don't always know what they want.
Yes.
So we're often trying to ask open questions in order to be able to reflect back what we think they need as opposed to what they think they want.
Has everyone heard this?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a good...
Well, I think sometimes it can be worse than that, which is they're really, really strong in their view about what they think they need. And they're very wedded to it, right?
Yes,
and
yes.
sometimes you have a deeper wisdom that suggests that maybe they should explore alternatives that aren't that.
We just need it on the mic, because if it's not on the mic, it never happened.
Oh, YouTube. Oh.
Then it never happened. Sorry, did everyone hear that? No, okay. So my point was just spinning and pivoting off that point, which is that sometimes there's ambiguity about what is the best path forward in terms of decision making. And I think that in my experience, sometimes there are clients that are very clear about what they want, the direction they're taking with their teams, and it's difficult to move them in a different direction. And sometimes illumination can come in the form of helping them work through other alternatives and not just the one that they're on. Not asking them to leave it behind, but just say, look, that could be one path, but have you considered these other options, and those are the pros and cons?
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks, Sander. Great talk so far. One of the things we were thinking yesterday, I'm one of the Phraktion co-founders, was the ability to help clients think. Because we have an independence and we're outside the politics. And I think it comes from the previous point. They very often have a predetermined
Yes.
idea of where they're going. And actually, why have they called us in?
They called
Called
you
us
in
in.
as an alibi.
Well, sometimes, but they're also, if we are true to them, we're also giving them fresh opinion based on experience that they don't possess in their own organisation, and we should help them listen, because sometimes there may be another way, and that's possibly what we bring.
You're talking soft skills now.
Okay.
Because if they would only listen on your expertise, you wouldn't be wondering. They would be open for the options, or maybe different options than them. But you are right. They actually bring you in and tell you this has to be the outcome, not in those words. But I'm now a project leader and employing consultants. I'm a contract project leader, employing consultants to do something. And we already know what the outcome has to be because management already decided. So there must be a different level at which we can connect if we want to change that, because they are not interested in the expert. Maybe we have to somehow bring in question their reasoning and use maybe ambiguity, provoking ambiguity and making them think themselves rather than us telling them what to do, because this doesn't go for any of us, right? We don't like to be told what to do.
I think Sheila's got a question.
Great question answers. Sorry. Great answers. I'd just like to build on a couple of points here and say a couple of things that have been really useful is confidence and inspiration. So giving the client that's hiring you confidence in your ability, and then from a team perspective, giving confidence and inspiration, and giving the team the space to voice their thoughts, voice their alternate suggestions, which then goes back to the client, because you are not political. You're the outsider. We can say those things, but it's always better for a team to say those things than you as an individual. And again, in the first instance, when you're in that situation of being hired, talking to the hiring manager, giving them confidence, and saying, sure, I can do that, and then going away and having your panic attack and calling a friend,
Yes.
What do I do?
Yeah. We are whisperers, that's what you're
Yes.
suggesting,
Yes.
to those who then have an ability to transmit the message internally.
And then for the team, being a focus and directing the conversation so that the team develops the conversation.
That they feel they did it.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just going to say, to get,
Yeah,
you want to
we have
wrap
to
up,
get,
and then we can maybe get a couple of questions right at the end. I
Okay,
think.
let's finish and then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Great.
I really, so I want to go through this. This is for a little bit changing gears, but I want to get through this one slide, and this is now for us consultants. 85, this is what I found in other places, of individual consultants do not have a trusted pipeline. Okay, now I'm a little bit linking to how we exercise leadership, but it's changing gears completely from teams, but I wanted to capture this. 85 of self-employed, so solo entrepreneurs, do not have a trusted pipeline. It's different if you work in McKinsey or somewhere. I'm talking about people like many people in this room. What I also found is that experts' original content, I'll come back to that, is a key element for being retained. So how can we help ourselves? And this is from my experience. I had no idea how to pitch myself. Go out and talk if you're starting. Of course, if you're already profi, you know this. Go out and talk to others who do this and ask them how you sound. Pitch to them. So many times I got horrible feedback. In the beginning, probably I would still get it. And be crystal clear on what you are doing, really, what you're offering. Okay, you have to stay broad initially. We have to start from somewhere, right? But choose what not to do. That's a huge, big step, first step. And then test yourself with people, with clients, etc. And then in a 6-month time, that was my experience, you will be able to define your niche. If you keep talking without feedback, nothing this will happen. And now this is personal. Please avoid generalist approach. So I work with consultants in my role. When they come with something that I can today type and GPT will do it 3 times better than then, I'm meaning generalized, and I'll explain what. I use GPT on daily basis for everything. But what I mean here is when they give me agnostic statements that apply to every company, it's really not nice. It's actually offensive. Because you hire them for something, they promise they can deliver, and they just waste your time. Because then you have to reset with them, and please do this, and you do their work. So I think that's really putting off a lot of people. If you approach like, please tell them why you can solve their issue at that time, in that moment, not this is how it's done. That's just my take. Then think about, can your work be scaled up? Because at some point, you have to be able to first learn from what you did to be better at the next place or next client, but also to reuse your work in one way or another. So think about if your niche is giving you enough market to actually survive financially and otherwise. So these are some things how maybe you can think if you start. Now focus on problems with significant impact. Of course, we would all like this, right? Significant impact for the client. It's not always like that. But that is about focusing on meaningful things that we talked about before. If you if you have enough experience and cast a wider net, you will be able to see where potential needs are and then intervene with those people or clients or something to actually make a difference. Always align with your expertise. Someone mentioned, do not promise that you can do something and then you panic. I really advise against this. It's better to pass the job than to do it because you'll be read through sooner or later and the word is spreading. This is a very small world. And so don't risk. Of course, sometimes you need to because we need to have salary or something, but you cannot demonstrate authority if you don't know what you're talking about. Again, that's the... sorry if I'm... English is not my first language, always a nice excuse. Urgency. Keep an eye open for those that may need. That's what happened to me now. When I said they called me back. Oh my God, panic. That is when you get jobs that normally you do not get. Or this is when you will be in a good position to dictate the pace of work, the conditions. There are so many urgencies in our industry nowadays. There is change everywhere and then rechange. And there is always something missing. And so think about that. And someone also, I think, mentioned this before. Identify a decision maker on an emotional level. Now, decision maker is a person who wants to retain you for the job, right? Someone who will sign. Decision maker is not me, I connect Paul with someone. No, it's that someone who has a power to sign the budget for you to work. You have to connect them on the emotional. You have to show them that you understand those hidden drivers that bother them. You have to understand why, really why, they want to have you. If it's alibi, understand it. And say, I'll help you. I'll help you make that case. I'll be your whisperer. I'll do it for you. Have to understand, try to connect. That will go a long way. And then those hidden business drivers in the organization in order to be retained. So these are my 2 cents. And sorry, I have to finish with this slide. I cannot. I know I'm over time. And Paul saw it many times. And this is what we put for our project team and in our collaborations with other companies. Now, this is Coach Mike Krzyzewski, Coach K of Duke, for those of you who ever followed college basketball. My both kids played college basketball in the US and studied, so I'm all into this. He wrote a book, Leading with a Heart, in 2000. He was brilliant in the way he managed the team. So he is a true leader, a good coach in that sense, and not so many, I cannot say bad words on YouTube, who we have seen in this world. And similar is in the business world. But he said, these are the 5 rules. He said, that's the 5 fingers on the hand. And only when all 5 are functional, you can have the fist, and then you can kick and go forward. If any of them is standing out, you cannot. You break your fist. And he said this is how he worked with his basketball team at Duke University. Communication, number 1. Speak the truth. Talk to each other right away if there is an issue. If things are not going well, corrections can be implemented immediately. It's critical not to procrastinate on bad things. That's poison. If it's going well, compliment each other. It's not waste of time. Trust. Be open and truthful to each other. I know it sounds generalistic, as I said before, not to be, but it's really true. Collective responsibility. People are going to make mistakes. We all are going to make mistakes. No excuses and finger pointing. We win or we lose together in the team. Okay, it's just like that. Caring. Make time for the personal attention to our colleagues. Speak up if you see they struggle or need help. The moment of weakness by any individual on the team will be compensated by other team members if we act that way. It is in our interest to make things happen. Remember, it's not in our interest to finger point and stall the process. It's in our interest to overcome it and move the project forward. And finally, be proud of what you do. Our own personal signature is on everything our team does. So take it personally, really, because that's why you are spending your time, your effort, your energy. It has to make sense. It has to be meaningful. And it has to be part of your pride of being able to contribute to something like that. And with that, I finish. Sorry for the long presentation.
Thanks very much, Sandra. That was fantastic. And I'd like to thank you personally for making me feel important on the GPT. Because I needed that. Unfortunately, we've run over a little bit. And I think we could probably ask Sandra questions for the next hour. But I think we're going to need to move on. But thank you for a wonderful and stimulating talk. And from the heart, as it always was. And I remember the 15 minutes of the opening sessions in the GPT. Yeah, there were some hard times there, yeah. But thanks. Okay, right, over to the next session, which is a chaired event. So I'd like to welcome Stephanie and Harry and Richard and Tom and Lindsay from Pobble, who are going to be chairing this. And this is going to be a frank discussion about where we're at with recruitment and talent finding, problem solving, and how the world may or may not change. And remember, if it's not in the mic, it didn't happen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Hey, how you doing?
Huh? I won't pick on anyone in the audience today, by the way. That's Lindsay's job. Okay, so I'm Tom Davis. I'm a recruiter. I worked for a company called Amiculum in Medcoms. Spent pretty much my entire career there until about a year ago. I was their talent acquisition director. Left Amiculum and started Pobble, which was so I was a solo consultant to begin with, and then eventually convinced Lindsay to join me, my business partner. Yeah, so that's me. Hello, nice to see you all. I'll pass on to the panel to introduce.
Hi everyone, I'm Richard Adams. I work for a company called Greybridge. I've been doing recruitment in this particular sphere for about 20 years or so, maybe a little bit longer. I started off in clinical R&D recruitment, clinical project managers, that kind of thing, some SAS and stats, data management, that sort of area, and then moved to Greybridge about 12 and a half years ago, and since then a mixture of R&D, commercial strategy, that kind of thing, and recruiting for a mixture of probably less pharmaceutical companies and biotechs these days, some commercial strategy, management consulting firms, that kind of thing.
Thanks, Rich. Hello, everyone. My name is Harry Naden. It's great to be here today. I manage recruitment for a Swedish clinical research company called TFS Health Science. I've been in recruitment for 20 years and started at 19. Back then, we used to fax our CVs, which is crazy when I think about it. But I just got off a call before we came here to talk about automation and AI, and I never would have thought it would have come all that way. So it's a very interesting time for the recruitment industry, as I'm sure you can all appreciate. I've worked in multiple industries over the years, HR consulting, strategy consulting for the commercialization of drugs as well with IMS Health, IQVIA when we bought Quintiles, and various other bits and pieces over the years. So it's great to be here. Oh, you got your own.
Yeah. Hi everyone, my name's Lindsay. I started my career at Shearing Healthcare near the Sussex coast, which was wonderful. They're now part of Bayer. And after a few years there, I moved on to the agency side, where I've spent most of my career, 20 years, in scientific communications, mostly in commercial roles, so working with pharmaceutical biotech clients on medical communications, publications planning, and largely in commercial and resourcing discussions. So resourcing played a huge part of that role, and it's interesting to see how that's changing. And that's how I've now joined with Tom to see how we can support smaller organizations and then the bigger networks, both from a senior leadership perspective with everything Sandra was just saying. So I think some of the questions will follow on wonderfully from the last session, and also then creating bridges between graduate opportunities, postgraduates with PhDs into that part of their entry-level careers as well. So really interested and very grateful to be here today. Sandra? No. Stephanie?
Hi everyone, I'm Stephanie Wingrove. A little bit of an interloper on this panel, I think, because I have nothing to do with recruiting at all. I currently work at Galapagos, spot the theme, where I'm the head of compliance and ethics, but I also do a lot of work around risk management and sustainability. And actually, for the last couple of years, I've been spending quite a bit of time looking at engagement and culture, seeing how employees are engaging with the organisation and what makes them tick, building trust again. So yeah, hopefully I can contribute something from the other side of the fence.
Okay, thanks very much everyone. Before we kick off, I'm just going to say thanks to Simon at PharmaWeb for contributing some research to this today. So to set the scene, according to Fears Biotech, there were 192 rounds of industry layoffs in 2024, which is 3% higher than the figure reported in 2023, and 60% higher than in 2022. So on a very human level, the impact of this was at least 15,000 people from the 86 companies reporting numbers that lost their jobs, while those remaining in their roles are now feeling the pressure of delivering more work with fewer in-house resources. And it's logical to assume that the pool of available experienced talent has increased, with each vacancy attracting a high volume of applicants, but specialist knowledge still being hard to find. And rapid innovation in the industry is being met with acute skill shortages. And according to a recent industry survey, 80% of firms struggle to fill critical roles in research, manufacturing, and regulatory affairs. With this landscape in mind, it makes sense that organisations are seeking fresh and agile approaches to resourcing. They need subject matter expertise for finite time periods combined with technological skills and a deep understanding of the healthcare systems that they want to support. And at the same time, senior leaders are establishing an increasing number of independent consultancies and building their own networks and opportunities, as is evident in the Phraktion model. There's many reasons and motivations for this, but I think it's unavoidable that the employment market has left people with no choice in some situations. So the aim of our roundtable discussion today is to consider what all of this means for recruitment, resourcing and outsourcing in the pharmaceutical and biotech industries. How can people working in these fields effectively anticipate and respond to changes? So the expert panel from CROs, talent strategy, psychoms recruitment, ethics and compliance are all adapting to the ongoing reverberations of changes in life science staffing models. And we're keen to hear from you too. So please feel free to raise your hand at any point during the session and we will do our best to address your questions.
Okay, so this is the Q&A session, and I'm wondering how people are responding to some of those facts and figures and assumptions. And I thought it might be interesting to explore some of what feels like contradictions. So there's been 15,000 people losing their jobs as a result of people being asked to do more work with less. However, there's a skills shortage. Is it because those shortages are in specific areas? Harry, you mentioned AI, technology, I think regulatory is a big issue. Let's kind of maybe we go around the panel and see how people feel, because there was a lot of information in there from the intro. All right, should we start? Should we start with you, Harry?
I'm happy to start. So if I take a step back, post-COVID, especially in 2022, the amount of hiring that was happening, particularly with the CROs, and I think broadly across the industry, was very, very high indeed. It's the biggest that we'd had, and I think a lot of our recruitment partners as well would have said it was the best year that they've ever had when it comes to hiring. We certainly saw that, and several of our competitors did. The war for talent was fierce. I think people called it the great, what was the phrase people were using? The great resignation. Yeah, so there's lots of people moving, there's because lots of opportunity, growth and everything else, and of course it's a self-fulfilling prophecy and goes round and round and round and round. And then all of that stopped, all the funding stopped, wars kicked in, geopolitical issues, etc., etc. And this has meant that our finance lead said that we became very fat. That was the way he summarised it. There was lots and lots of people in the organisation who were brought on to do these roles, who perhaps were hired at a higher salary rate than they should have done. And there was a lot of people who weren't necessarily doing very much as well, I think, especially as the work started to go down. So we have then had to trim things down, and that we have certainly faced a large number of resignations as a result of that. And it's given us time to breathe, so we now have that chance to really think about how we want to grow. And also the approach to hiring has become much more short-termist, which is why we are using more freelancers and agency partners as well to a degree, and other third-party vendors. But I think the issue, Sander, you mentioned when people move from one role to another and how they can be very, very successful and then very unsuccessful in another position. I think with a lot of resignations, a lot of it was driven by cost. And this has meant that we didn't really understand who we were making redundant and why and what skills they could bring and whether or not they were the best person for that role in the organisation. And I think we've definitely lost a lot of really, really good people that could have been applied elsewhere as we now start to regrow. So I think maybe it was a bit of a gut reaction to what was happening in the market. I definitely think it could have been done better, and I think there is a learning from us, certainly as an organisation, of how we make resignations in the future. But I would definitely say, and speaking to one of my competitors as well from the larger CROs, we've now got time to breathe, start to plan for the future, and hopefully if the geopolitical situation improves, then we can start to expand even further. Does that answer your question? Thanks.
Got this one. Hi, everyone. I guess I can really speak to this mostly just from my experience doing the management consulting side. As I said, some pharma recruitment as well, but what we're seeing is some stuff you've probably all seen before. You've probably all applied for jobs, seen that no one's getting back to you. It's like a sort of, we call it the big black hole of recruitment, especially of LinkedIn, right? Everyone's seen this. We sort of liken it to just sort of shouting at somebody, sending your CV into this big black hole, and you never really know what's going to happen at the end of it. It's a really common thread. And to give you some sort of idea, we posted an interim job. I don't know if anyone here saw it. I see some familiar faces. We posted an interim market access role just before Christmas, and we had about 350 people apply to it for a temporary job, which was, I think, there was an initial 1 week of work, followed by another 3 months maybe, with a view to some longer work. And so it was a lot of paperwork for us, and it's really difficult sometimes to sort of put across. If you think about having 350 CVs arrive on any of your desks, our job in the recruitment world is to try and reduce that problem for the people we're working with. So if that person said to me, that hiring manager said, oh, I need to find this person, I have to take that challenge away from them and give them probably 3 or 4 CVs they actually want to hire. But the challenge for us is to be able to go through all that. And then to add sort of insult to injury here is that quite often we find that that job just goes away. It wasn't properly qualified on our side perhaps, or perhaps it was qualified properly, as in we asked that manager, are you sure you really want to hire this person? And then it just goes radio silent, and there's sort of a gap in what the client actually wants as well. So we're seeing an awful lot of that. To refer back to what you were saying, the great resignation before, it was absolutely on fire. If I had sort of 10 market access consultants with sort of 5 to 10 years of experience, absolutely, all of them would be employed probably within the month maybe. And yeah, it certainly sort of turned on its head a little bit. That mixed in with AI, as Sando was saying, it's really difficult. Sometimes you see almost the same CV through from 5 or 6 different people, because they might as well be the same person. And I think what you were saying about, in fact, your slide at the end there about how to differentiate yourself is absolutely spot on. And if I would recommend that anyone sort of applying for any job, by myself, by Tom and Lindsay, whoever, you really have to not do that generic kind of thing. It's good to have a guide if you really are at a sort of complete blank spot as how to put that initial letter together or the CV together, but you should really try and sprinkle some elements of yourself into it, make it much more personal. So happy to answer any questions about that or talk to anyone about that, either here or offline. I feel like that's probably the main points there. Tom, do you want to?
Yeah, so thinking about that in terms of the number of applications, differentiating yourself, what do you think that we can do to ensure candidates have a positive experience in what's become a very volume-driven employment market and a very data-driven recruitment process?
That's not one for me.
Sorry, what can we do better to make it a better experience? How many people here have interviewed for a job and never had feedback? Quick show of hands. I imagine probably all of you. That's number one. I think a lot about the candidate experience, the whole process, from the clicks through to the mental experience of it, and it's extremely emotional. You find a role, even as freelancers or contractors, you find a position, this market access position before Christmas or whatever it is that your background is, and you think, oh, that's a really interesting organisation. You look at the project and think, what a great project, and then you speak with the recruiter and they give you the spiel and you think, oh, I'm really enjoying this, and then you go to meet the person that's interviewing you, you think, what an inspirational person that was. And you get so emotionally attached, and as you get further and further down the process, you do or do not get the job. And I think taking the time to appreciate the fact that it is an emotional experience, it's not transactional. This is not, it is partly transactional with the money as an economic factor, of course, but there is that connection. You're proud of the work you do, and you're proud of the company you work for and the work you deliver. So I think we really, really need to do a better job of that. I think the black hole issue is a real problem. I think that's one thing. But the benefits of AI, positives and negatives, I think one of the benefits will be that my recruiters have more time. A lot of them are concerned that they're going to lose their job, but I disagree. We're just taking away all the admin that they have to do, scheduling interviews, screening candidates, going through 300 I mean, that's hours and hours and hours and hours of work to do it effectively. So if you've got more time, you can spend more time speaking to your candidates, you can spend more time speaking to your business partners, you can spend time doing all that stuff you tell me that you don't have enough time to do. That's what we need to do. We need to embrace the AI and spend more time actually speaking with the candidates, spend more time giving them real feedback, and pipelining. And really accepting it's an emotional thing.
You did actually spark a thought for me there. Slightly tangential, but Sandra and I were talking about this earlier, and you used the word transactional there, and I think that you've kind of hit the nail on the head, because relating to the previous comment as well about, you know, the pool of people and the resignation, is so much of what is happening now between the employer and employee is transactional. And so you've got, you know, you said the stats at the beginning about the number of companies laying people off. Employees are being treated transactionally, so they're going to behave transactionally, and it becomes this vicious circle. So then they go through an interview process where they don't get feedback. So why are employees or individuals, potential employees, going to want to commit and invest themselves when they feel like the only thing they're getting is being treated transactionally in the process, but also often when they get to be in the role? So you know, that sort of investment, you know, and I don't mean just the financial investment in, you know, giving somebody a job, but the investment in people's development and careers, and not giving people those opportunities to maybe move sideways or try in different locations, as, you know, Sandra was saying she had the opportunity to do. And for me, when I started in pharmaceuticals, you know, I started in a completely different area to where I am now. I started in R&D. I now work in compliance. It's completely different, because I was given that opportunity to change direction and do something different. And I think, and also even when I joined the industry, I joined on a training program specifically for entry-level people coming in to be clinical research associates. Companies were investing in training people up in entry-level positions. What we look for now, because there's such time pressure on every project and every company is budget sort of squeezed, we want the perfect candidate to come in, to be productive from day one, to know everything, to be able to do everything, to be able to deliver everything, and then not to complain when they get laid off. And then we wonder why people are disengaged.
So on that point about AI and the use of that, how are you employing that in your application processes, if you are at all?
So
kind of
one of the things that came up was that, so from surveys of pharma execs, they're saying that's kind of one of their key areas of investment in terms of training and development for their internal teams. AI, tech, really trying, I think it was like 75% of these respondents said that's where the bulk of their investment would be for their in-house teams. So we had a good chat before about AI and how we differentiate ourselves from that. But is that an area that people who are independent consultants should be investing in their own training and development, or is that the whole point of having a specialist skill as an independent consultant, that the AI person goes in and you stick to your guns? Where do you think?
I thought about this. So I thought about this earlier on today. I think that AI literacy, however you want to define it, should be as central to your skill set as Excel is. Like, it really needs to be with the with the guards in place that compliance sets for each organisation, of course. But it should be as big a part of your skill set as Excel is. And I think when you work for an organisation, you speak to colleagues or you speak to people in your network, and they're all using it in different ways. Some of you are just using it to rewrite some text, whereas some people I know they'll literally go into ChatGPT and say, I'm looking for a medic with XYZ, blah, 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 and I want specifically this focus area and to exclude this, and it will knock up a complete Boolean search for them, which you can then plug and play into LinkedIn Recruiter, and it will spit out a search of people that I never would have found better than, regardless of how many years experience I've got, I would never come up with anything as effective as that. So I think I think it needs to become a general skill, not a. I mean, of course, there will be people who are going to be super experts. It's in the same way there's excellent Excel experts, but I think it needs to be something that we are all using, especially if there's free resources out there. That's what I think.
Yeah, well, there you go. Yeah, 100% agree with that. I've heard a few times the phrase, AI is not going to take your job, but somebody who knows it better than you is going to take your job. So you need to, there's just so many different places. I think IBM are doing a really good 10-hour free course at the moment, which you can do online. So if anyone has 10 hours free, feel free to go for that. And you can, I think Coursera and all the usual sort of online places do all those. In terms of how we use AI as a recruiter, for myself, LinkedIn has a separate recruiter package. I don't know how many people know this. It's fairly obvious. If you're in recruitment, it's a separate one to the business ones, which will be advertised to you if you're doing consulting. That has AI in it. So in theory, I can put, as a recruiter, if someone says to me, again, market access, not that that's all I do, but if I go market access and consultant, I can press search, and that should bring up a bunch of people for me. The LinkedIn recruiter package has more in-depth stuff with more fields you can fill in, which helps search more keywords. But again, it's keywords, so it can feel a bit transactional again, that word. It's all turning very transactional. One of the advantages I feel, having worked in this space for quite a long time, is that I have a good network of people who I can go, okay, I think that's that person. And then I can reach out to that person. If they're busy, who do they have? But it's hard to replace that unless you've got something like Phraktion, not employed by Phraktion here, just to say. But I mean, it's a genuinely good idea, and it's sort of scaling up. When LinkedIn originally started, it was, you have 3 or 4 links. That's sort of 4 degrees of separation, and you could really find someone you wanted. And I think LinkedIn's kind of got away from that now, but having that sort of smaller group of people that you can rely on and refer internally when you're on a project is really important. We also use another platform called Loxo, which is a very recruiter-specific thing. I don't actually know how that finds me people, but it's some kind of magic. It's, you hear about these sort of these models where you type in stuff and it comes out, and they don't quite know. Even the people who are doing the development don't quite understand the secret sauce behind it. But I use this platform, and it finds me people I would never have found on LinkedIn, but sometimes because they haven't filled out their own profile properly. So it's really interesting. Another thing that's worth pointing out, just completely tangentially again, is it is quite important to do the right job on your LinkedIn profile if you're a sort of independent consultant. A lot of people just either don't think about it properly or tend to sort of think it's like second nature or second tier rather. You don't really have to worry about it. It's really important. And it's important, like in your statement, there's no point having the same statement there that you had 5 years ago in your previous job, because what you want to do is now different, probably. Again, unless you just want to do market access. But even if you're 5 years down the line and you've got more experience doing that now, you probably want a different thing. So change it, update it, make sure that that's more relevant to what you're doing.
Yeah, when you talk about artificial intelligence and LinkedIn Recruiter, I do wonder sometimes how intelligent it actually is.
Quite.
So for anybody, any job applicant, and particularly independent consultants, you have to make sure that your profile is optimized from like a keyword perspective, because that will mean that recruiters or people looking for your sort of skill set will find you more easily.
And the skills section. The skills section as well is very important. It really helps with the searching.
I'm going to add one LinkedIn bugbear I have here. Sorry, Stephanie, just very quick. You've all seen LinkedIn Easy Apply. Okay, don't do it unless you really feel like you need to. It's, I think that's why I had 350 applicants for that job, because there were probably 20 of those. Once you filter out the baristas and the garden technicians, who bizarrely, I'm not sure why, but everyone's clicking Easy Apply. It's such a common thing. Yeah, there you go.
So just something with my compliancy hat on, around sort of AI and using it to, you said you don't understand how it finds you people. I'm always slightly nervous about what are the algorithms it's using to find people and what are the inbuilt biases. And as a candidate, I would be thinking, well, is it fair? Is it finding the right or a balanced range of people, or is it biased towards a certain demographic or whatever that might be? And I think we should be challenging that. We should definitely be challenging it more, given how the big tech companies seem to be thinking these days. So, you know, I'm all for it, but I think we also need to scrutinise how it's working.
There's a psychological theory called Kahneman's peak end rule that some of you may or may not have come across in the past. And it's basically that people remember the most intense part of a process and the end part of that process, and that's what they'll take away. So with a slightly dystopian edge, with companies talking about using AI for their application processes and even for screening now and behaving as the recruiter instead of it being actually a human, could we end up in situations where candidates are applying for jobs, they're interacting with AI as an interview, and then they're reaching the end of the application process and being rejected by AI. So they've gone to a brand, an employer, they're seeking work, they're looking for some interaction, and all they've interacted with is artificial intelligence. How does that make them think or feel about that company in the future? How would they recommend that to others seeking work?
I'm going to be slightly less dystopian. Another feature, obviously, of everybody using the technology and searching facilities that is available is that people are sourcing candidates from anywhere in the world in a way that they didn't before, as we're all working remotely. Are we now, though, looking ahead, seeing more return to office mandates? Are you seeing much more of that? Does that impact how you're finding talent or able to find specialist skills?
I think in a number of different industries, you find that is happening. I've always found the first CRO I worked for was in 2005, and we had home-based remote workers then. Who would go in once a month, once a fortnight. They just did their job, mainly sort of statisticians and data managers and that kind of thing. But so I feel like in our industry, it has been in place for quite a long time. So the return to office mandates, I mean, they are happening, but we're seeing less of it. And a lot of the people that I'm recruiting for, a lot of the jobs I'm trying to fill, they're still sort of, 2 days in the office, maybe, depending on where you are. And then there's depending on how important that person is or that skill set is to fill, then it sort of filters down a little bit. How about yourself?
There's definitely a place for it, I think. But our CEO, who's excellent, and I want to have that on the record. He's a great guy. He recently instigated a return to work mandate in the Nordics because we're a Swedish CRO. He wanted to have Swedish presence in the office, no excuses. And the reception was not positive. But after, and it did, of course, we won't argue with the CEO, we went ahead and did it. But over time, we didn't see the benefit in terms of productivity that we expected. I think a lot of people post-COVID, a lot more people working from home, were a bit nervous, what is everyone doing? What is everyone up to? I get the gut reaction, and I understand why companies are doing it, but we certainly haven't seen that spike in productivity that we expected, and now it's very flexible again in the Nordics. So again, just for the record, he's an excellent CEO.
I did see that rather than productivity, I think the focus, especially with R&D and the requirements there, is more on innovation, getting people together, but that's why I was kind of interested, because that's not everybody's take, and it does limit where you can source candidates from.
You can do that, I think. You can do that in sessions, can't you? If you bring people together once a month or whatever, I think it.
Absolutely, I work from home.
And I was just going to say, I think I get very frustrated by these return to office mandates, because I think they're incredibly short-sighted. Certainly in the nature of the industry that we work in global teams. What on earth is the point of us all sitting in an office on Zoom calls talking to each other across the world? Now, I'm absolutely all for the idea of having face-to-face interactions. I think it's important. I think that you can definitely improve innovation in certain circumstances through, face-to-face interactions and those kind of get-togethers. But just bringing people back to an office to sit in front of their laptop for 8 hours a day, I think is ridiculous. And I think, frankly, it's not driven by a need for productivity. It's driven by a lack of trust. And I think it needs to change.
I think on that, there's probably, this is kind of finger in the air, a latent great resignation too that's going to happen in the next few years, when there's a lot of people out there that have stayed in work, have avoided the rounds of layoffs and stuff like that, but are desperately wanting to move because their employer has said, who probably hired them during COVID with all of this flexibility, you can work from home, or people have moved away because they were given that flexibility, that they now have to be back in the office 3 or 4 days a week. I was chatting to somebody last year who said that she was hired. It was very much a, yeah, you can do what you want, work where you want. She moved up to Leeds when her office was in London. And then all of a sudden it came down from on high at a corporate level, 4 days a week in the office. And she really had no choice with that whatsoever. But she also had nowhere else to go because of the state of the market at that point in time. But she will be on the move as soon as she can be. So companies think they have the balance of powers swinging back in their favour with all of this, but it really isn't. It's very much driven by economical conditions at the moment.
Although it might offer nice opportunities for independent consultants, one would think. Okay, one last question if we have time before, and please do feel free then to raise your hand. So in terms of agility, we talked about agility earlier, flexible working and being able to respond. Where does that leave the ability to plan in terms of the number we saw earlier, in terms of 85% of people working on their own, not being clear on their pipeline of work for the year? How can we balance? Where is the balance between being adaptable, flexible, agile, everything that this kind of working offers, with also being able to plan, resourcing ahead? Maybe that's one for the audience.
I think it's just doubling down again, not to refer too much to Sandra's previous work there, but it is about brand building these days. We've all seen the LinkedIn tutorials on how to build your own brand. It is so much more important these days, and you have to see yourself in that way as an independent. So, yes, in the same, it's really funny, I was thinking when I saw that slide, that's what I actually tell my people working for me. I tell them to do that brand, that sort of personal branding, that build that connection, build that niche especially. Don't be a generalist, all that kind of thing. So I'd refer you back to the much better slide that I saw there.
I think you've nailed it quite well, actually. Building your network, and again, this is a Phraktion event, and obviously they offer the service itself, so very good. But I think having a good network where you can expand your opportunities as much as possible is extremely valuable. If we think about when we need freelancers, we do a lot of it ourselves, and we don't have such a small network that we can go to, and you need a broad range of skills and knowledge bases, especially key opinion leaders, medics, that kind of stuff. We really need to have a broad range. So finding the right network and embracing it would also be my recommendation.
Wonderful. Thank you. Anyone got anything burning else they need to say? No? Yep.
And pay it forward, right? We get to a point in our careers where we've built our networks. We might be comfortable working remotely because we don't necessarily feel the need to be in the office, but we've got people coming up who also need that, and they need mentoring, and they need coaching, and they need, guidance and advice and support, and we need to, what's the phrase? Pull people up the ladder behind us.
Lovely note to end on. I think I can see Paul hiding behind a pillar.
Okay, fantastic, guys. Should we have a round of applause? Okay, let's do some Q&A. And here's a mic I found earlier. Right, I want to ask a question. So I'll start off to the panel. And this is a shout out to Bruce, who's sat at the back there. We have something called products on Phraktion's website, which I was quite skeptical about, but actually is a brilliant idea, and it was Bruce's idea. And what people do is they figure out pretty much what they can do, and they crystallize it into about 5 slides. And it really makes them think quite clearly about what they can do and what they'd like to do. In fact, Sheila over there has about 10 products, I think, at least, don't you? And people really like it. And I think clients really like it as well, because it's much better than a CV. It's much better than a profile. It really shows you what somebody can do. And I just wonder what the panel think about that.
So that's quite pertinent right now. I do quite a lot of partner and senior director and partner hiring for management consulting firms. And pretty much every time you go through that process, you have to put a business plan together that talks about where you're going to generate the revenue in your management consulting pyramid model. And part of that is a really useful way. And I found it useful myself in the past when putting together my own CV or looking around and talking to people. If you can actually distill what you do down and do well into a product, if that's what you want to call it, then that is absolutely key. Having a sort of elevator pitch based on that nugget, that kernel, that niche of experience you've got is a really good discipline to have. So when you're at one of these events, you can just go, oh, hey, this is what I do. And it can help. It's really easy to just sort of waffle on a little bit because you know what you do so well. But if you can really like crystallize it down, yeah, I'd say that's a really good thing to do.
I'd say probably, yeah. I think probably is when you have a CV come across your desk from a freelancer or someone who's been freelancing certainly for a long time, it's difficult to really get to grips with exactly what it is they can do and what they can bring. And it can be quite overwhelming for me as a TA person, even though I see tons of CVs, and for hiring managers. So to compartmentalize is a great idea. I think it's a good idea. You should never have doubted you.
And with products, if you are putting together some slides or like a few pages on a PDF or whatever, make it look really good. Sorry, that's very non-specific, isn't it? But there's free tools out there. You can use things like Canva, for example, to just make things look really nice. And that is part of your personal brand. And the better you make that look, the more authentic it will make you seem.
Doesn't happen, Bruce.
The Phraktion software will help you make it really good. So use the Phraktion software.
That also seems to fit well with the earlier discussion in terms of having specialist skills or there being specialist skills shortages versus huge volumes of numbers for each vacancy, because then that's going to help those tools find the exact, screen those or filter down those numbers of candidates.
Great. I think Nick's got a question here.
Yeah, my question relates to particularly with AI recruiting, but just recruiting in general. I've noticed on many occasions you end up bringing in the best candidate from a skill point of view, but they don't fit into the culture of the company, particularly in small biotechs. So what can recruiters do to understand the culture of the company and screen people that may look very good on paper, but just won't get on in that organisation?
That's a really good question, and it's something that we do at Pobble, is support companies to figure out what their culture is and how to recruit really well. Because you'll find more often than not with smaller biotech companies, pharma companies, that they have attracted a lot of investment money, that they've been given that to scale the business, but they actually have no idea how to recruit. Often they'll be scientists. They're not good recruiters. They might put it out to recruitment agencies, and then they just start essentially buying CVs, and that's a very transactional process. So actually, in that business planning process, when you've got that pot of money to go and hire people, it should be how do we recruit people really well is the very first question, not which recruitment agency can I phone up to get me CVs as quickly as possible.
I'd also say the teaching how to interview is obviously really, really important. But also the interview process itself has to be strong. I think a lot of the time, and we're probably all guilty of it, a role will come up in your team and it's like, I know what I'm doing. I've done this before many, many times. I just need to find X, Y, Z, and you just find a CV and you identify the first person that comes along. But more and more, and you assume that, but you assume that companies have all this stuff in place. So more and more we are looking at interview processes, not just to look at the skill sets, but to look at behaviours and see how they align with the overall values that we want to attract to the organisation. So we've recently run an exercise specifically targeting regardless of role. We want people who are able to come in and be commercial and drive sales and constantly be selling, basically, regardless of whether you're in a sales role or you're in a, you're just speaking to someone in the marketplace. We want people to be constantly selling, and we want people to be innovative at all times. It's just one of the core values which you have to look. And then if you tie that together in your interview process, you should hire, hopefully, the right people if you've done your training. So I completely agree. Yeah, it is a mess sometimes. It really is. So you've got to make it more refined. You've got to take time to think about it and be authentic as well. To your point.
That might also be one of the outcomes of the Great Resignation, and people perhaps, or larger organisations, kind of committing to these number of layoffs, and people, as a result of that situation, understanding what culture means to them and what's important to them and what they want to see, and being more open and understanding to discuss that with their recruiter or their interviewer or whoever that might be. I think people have a clearer picture of that now, which is probably why lots of us are here, to be honest.
I think there's also a point there from a recruitment side of things is know what the culture of the company is, not what they tell you it is. Because every company has values written on the wall, codes of conduct. I write them, I know this. Many companies have the same values, the same things that they say they are, but they're not necessarily. They may aspire to be that way, but you really got to understand who they actually are in their DNA, and recruit the people that are going to fit into that, not that fits into what the wall says they are.
My pushback on that would be, forgive me, is you need to work it out for yourself first. You really do, and then you need to communicate that to the recruiter, because if you're an internal talent person, then it's one thing because you're part of the company. For an external partner like myself, if you tell me your culture's this and that's what you want, that's what I search for. But if I find you somebody and then they get in and that's not what then it's wrong. Then there's nothing really. We do our best, but this is a really common problem. And you've said it there, that the statements on the wall, the value statement, the strategy's been done, here are 3 points, this is what we stand for. And then you go through the recruitment process and it's not there. I think there's only once, actually, it was with Cass there. We did some recruitment for when you were at one of your previous firms. And there was quite a lot of time spent with actually looking at the behaviours of the people who are coming in a wider group, which is something that I feel should be done more of. But yeah, it's quite a good way of doing things.
Great. I think we've got another question over here.
So with this Great Resignation and this skills gap, I'm interested to understand from the panel, what is the skills gap that you envisage over the next maybe year, 18 months that we can all start to fill?
Again, I think it will vary from company to industry to industry. But for us, it's definitely that commercial stuff that we need more people to be thinking in that way and innovating. Generalist AI skills are going to be really important. That too.
Regulatory. Whenever there's information in terms of people struggling to find specialist skills, regulatory, tech, AI, those are kind of really where the companies seem to be investing or struggling to find specialist skills. I don't know if that resonates with people, but that's what seems to be reported.
I think as well, instead of just focusing on people with lots and lots of experience as independent consultants, the next big skills gap will be people that can just get stuff done, or the doers in the middle. So whenever you have this cycle of redundancies and downturns in hiring and cuts in spending, there's cuts in training, and there's the next generation of people aren't coming through. So 2 years from now, when the market picks up, the hiring managers will be turning around and saying, we need people with about 2 years worth of experience, but if those companies weren't training them right now, those skills just won't be there. And I guess then that's where we're in business.
There's another thing I read, I've been reading up recently about retirement rates within all industries, really, to be honest with you. But this is the first time in history where we've had 4 or 5 different generations of people working in the same organisations, and people who are generally in senior positions tend to be, you know, some of them can be close to retirement age, and they can have been in that position for a number of years because historically they won't necessarily have moved. So we've already started to see it, to be honest with you, several key positions in the last 12 months where people have retired and we'd have no succession plan because no one has ever been given any opportunity to have the opportunity to step up. And I think it's going to be a serious problem. And I think that's where the doers are going to have to come in because that knowledge transfer is going to be lost. We've definitely experienced it, but I think it's going to get worse and worse.
Sorry, just to follow on from that, if you want to be ideally placed to get in there and get that work, it is referring back to what I've said before, that the branding, the marketing, the LinkedIn or wherever, or Phraktion is your shop window, so get prepared. Do the extra training courses, just get ready to go. There will be something coming down the lines. I mean, this is a very cyclical industry we work in. There was sort of the Great Resignation. They're probably going to call this the Great Calm or whatever in a couple of years, but then it'll turn again, and you need to be able to let everyone know that you're there and you do this and do it properly.
Great. I think we've got time for one more question, and we won't ask at what point does machine learning approach sentience. We're not going to ask that, are we? No. Right, come on, Graham.
Thank you. I'm a life science event organizer, and there's a little bit of concern at the moment. I mean, we're all quite well experienced, but there's concern, particularly for the young generation, of, you know, particularly COVID graduates and what have you. You know, just want to know your thoughts really on how we could engage more with that community. I mean, it's a little bit of a passion of mine at the moment. It's starting because a few people are starting to talk about it, and I want to make a bit of a difference.
So yeah, COVID graduates. One of the things that we've had in quite recently is an employer asking for assistance with onboarding and preparing people for the world of work, because during COVID, people studying in that period, a lot of it was from home, and they didn't have the opportunities to pick up part-time work, internships, in-person experiences that kind of showed them that, you know, the basic essentials of what you do in a workplace, down to don't do. You know, even things like dress codes. How do you present yourself professionally? What are the expectations in the workplace, or even basic skills around like the systems that they might end up using. And in terms of engaging those types of people, something that we're launching soon for Medcoms is an early careers service where we do virtual events, and we promote them to academia. So we go directly to the right, relevant schools up and down the country, and ask them to, promote it to their students, get them to come along. We can host like 200, 250 people on a sort of 2D virtual gamified platform, which is pretty cool. And the response to that has been huge, because it's as close as you can get to an in-person interactivity without that high barrier to entry, which might be getting to a specific location, having to pay for an event. So it's a really great leveler.
I also think those people are very aware of the number of applicants for each vacancy and really investing in their own training and development and open to those kind of things in terms of getting themselves one rung up on the ladder, and trying to learn those skills that maybe employers are feeding back that they don't have when they join. So, yeah.
Well, they're not feeding back is the problem, because we've talked about things being transactional and, and it is, and so from their point of view, we had a couple, somebody's daughter came into one of our events, and she became quite vocal about it, and it was brilliant, which is part of the reason we want to go forward. But it is that initial kind of communication. How do we communicate? How do we connect with the industry, and what have you? So you know, and she was an outgoing person, so you can imagine what some of the timid ones are like.
Yeah, and I think a lot of the universities are doing a lot on that side as well. So Tom and I are doing a lot of university outreach, going through their careers service. Even they're consulting with people in terms of getting content into their postgraduate degrees. So scientific communications is a module in a master's plan now, and in various universities around the hubs. So I think it's just kind of connecting. Again, it's that network of connecting the universities to the employers, to the graduates. So
Excellent, thanks.
I asked my younger sister about this. She's 19. How do we, she's about to graduate, or she'll be graduating soon. I said, how should we be thinking about targeting your generation? She's very smart. Her response was, don't be cringe. That was it. It's too late. But I think it kind of, after I broke it down with her a bit, she really kind of emphasised the importance of you need to target them. You've got to be really authentic, and you've got to realise that they are despondent. When it comes to the working world, they don't really see much of a chance to get into a career unless you've got the right degree, the right background, everything else. And then when you get in, you're never going to make enough money to be able to get by and buy a house and all this kind of stuff. And whether or not that may or may not be true, if you're aspirational and good at your job, you do well. But you need to be aware of that with your advertising. And I think also just where you are advertising, we've just got sign off to advertise for the first time on Snapchat and TikTok, which a year ago, if I'd asked that question of my superiors, they would have told me to leave. So, but we're going to try it for the first time because we see a real issue with hiring younger talent. We just can't get it. And we have to adapt and change. So I think with that, those are my key
That's
things.
where you've got to be more authentic than ever, though, right? Because it's got to be real then. So there's a theory in employer branding called give and get. It's like what you give and what you get in return. And employers in that have to tell authentic stories, otherwise it just doesn't work. So yeah, don't want to be cringe.
Okay, thank you. So let's put our hands together, please, for Tom, for Richard, for Harry, for Lindsay, and for Stephanie. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Okay. So I've had to type this out for Andrew. So I'm very much looking forward to our next speaker before we have a break and some coffee or tea. Andrew Craig. Andrew is an experienced London-based investment banker, entrepreneur, and best-selling author. Andrew began his finance career at SBC Warburg in the late 1990s, and from 2015 to 21, he was a partner at WG Partners LLP, a specialist life science and biotech-focused investment bank. During his career in finance he has met with the senior management teams of well over 1,000 companies, and with several hundred professional investors, and regularly been involved in high-profile stock market transactions. These have included the Kingdom of Sweden's sale of Nordea Bank AB in 2013, totaling $7.6 billion.
I feel self-conscious. I gave you slightly too long.
It's all right. No, I like this. I like this. And the stock market flotation of several dozen companies, including the likes of EasyJet, who I refuse to fly with, HMV, Burberry, Campari, Carluccio's, where I also refuse to go to, the Carbon Trust, and lastminute.com. In his time at WG Partners, he acted for more than 60 life science companies. Andrew's first book, How to Own the World, has been one of the top-selling personal finance titles in the UK for several years. His latest book, Our Future is Biotech, published in August 24, reflects the enthusiasm for the transformative potential of the biotechnology industry. Andrew has been featured in numerous national and specialist financial publications, including The Telegraph, Financial Times, The Mail on Sunday, City AM, The Spectator, Shares, Investors Chronicle, and Money Week. He's been interviewed on Sky Television, Bloomberg, and Shares Radio, and was featured in Michael Winterbottom's 2015 documentary comedy, The Emperor's New Clothes. In his own clothes, I give you Andrew Craig.
Thank you very much. My first technical challenge is whether this is on. It is. Fantastic. Well, I think the first thing I should get out there, good afternoon everyone, is to explicitly say that I do have a robust sense of the imposter syndrome that is entirely appropriate anytime anybody from financial services and investment banking speaks to people from industry. But I hope you'll indulge that, and I hope what I have to say may resonate and be vaguely interesting. By the way, as an FCA-regulated firm, we're obliged to have all this governance up, so I hope you can all read that extremely quickly for the tape. So yeah, thank you very much for that introduction. I do genuinely feel self-conscious that that bio was read out in full. I did think you were going to cut that down, give you some optionality. But yeah, I'm a finance author for my sins. Delighted to have published this book on biotech in August, which happily is selling, you know, it's not only family members who are buying copies, pleasingly enough. And I founded, so I was a partner at WG Partners, which was basically focused on IP-driven life sciences businesses. So that's the whole spectrum, and I'll get into, you know, biotech, therapeutics, medtech, health tech, et cetera, but not kind of care homes or hospitals or whatever else, IP-driven stuff and international, globally relevant stuff. I've founded two businesses, Plain English Finance, which basically teaches financial literacy, and that's a function of my first book, the one at the top. And of more interest for today and relevant to why I wrote the second one is a business called the Conviction Life Sciences Company, which seeks to basically leverage the thesis that I'm going to articulate in hopefully about 20 to 30 minutes. We'll see how I go. I can get verbose. So, and by the way, do interrupt if you want to at any point and hurry me up. So I began my career at Swiss Bank in the late 90s. 25 years, most importantly, focused on smaller company equities. So in the vernacular of the London stock market or the European stock market, that basically means anything that's sub about 5 billion euros or dollars or 3 billion pounds. And 10 years now focused on life sciences and biotech specifically, and as Paul said, acted for 60 companies whilst at WG. It really is an honor to be here, and I'm going to give you a presentation in 3 parts. And I think the first thing I want to say is the first part I expect will be that horrible expression, teaching grandmothers to suck eggs. Does anybody know where that expression comes from? I certainly don't, but you understand what I mean. I'm going to set out the first principles case for biotech, life sciences, biopharma, because I think coming from an explicitly financial services background, that's what I do, because that's what I do for a generalist audience all the time. So please forgive me if most of you know most of the things I'm going to cover in the first third of the deck, but to a certain extent, I hope that it might be refreshing to kind of go back to those first principles and restate just why it is so exciting, notwithstanding all the concerns about recruitment and everything else we've covered in the last hour and a half. I'm then going to move on to what is, you know, the reason I've just spent 3 years getting up at 5 in the morning to write a bloody book, is the unbelievable challenges facing the industry, notwithstanding how exciting it is, and particularly in this country. And I don't want to get all jingoistic and nationalistic, but ultimately we're all in London today, and the challenges to funding for British companies and people acting in Britain are legion. And I just wanted to talk about that a little bit to sort of unpack the detail behind that, and then move on to, okay, what does that mean? Why that presents an opportunity, and what the conclusions and sort of key takeaways from that reality should be for all of us in this room, no matter kind of what your job description is. Before I go on, I did just want to throw a question to the room, which was, can anybody shout out, slightly spurious thing I like to do, does anybody know how many London stock market listed companies there are on the London Stock Exchange today, including AIM, the junior market, the alternative investment market? This room of biopharma industry professionals, how many companies are on the stock market in Britain? That's a very good estimate. So it's just shy of 1,800. Crucially, and hold this thought into the second bit of my presentation, how many were there 30 years ago? 3,250. And I am blown away that this reality is not an electoral issue. It's not talked about in the press. We heard loads about Rwandan refugees and Angela Rayner's tax affairs in the election last year. Not one thing about what I think is the paramount cause of the travails of this country at the moment. And it's, I think the reason I feel it so acutely, the importance of the stock market for vigorous capitalism, for growing businesses, is because I've been in the life sciences business, which has been the hardest hit, as many of you will be familiar with. So, part one, let's talk about why structurally this is, an extraordinarily exciting sector. And, I just spent several years writing a book to articulate all of this. You will know all of this, but when I'm talking to generalist investors, I just sort of want to quickly define what do we mean by life sciences, familiar to all of you, but it is therapeutics, it is medtech devices, diagnostics, consumables, CROs, CDMOs, the whole spectrum of the industry. Because often, the reason I want to say this explicitly to my sort of audience is because often you go and see a generalist investor and they just think it's flight to the moon, crazy, risky companies that might cure cancer. And it's so much more than that, especially with the move into digital and AI and machine learning and everything else we've been talking about today. And then up here, boxes, again, for a generalist audience, you'll be familiar with most of these therapeutic areas, these areas of excitement, but it's worth just dwelling on the fact that the compound annual growth rates being exhibited by these things right now are somewhere between 20 and 30%, and that's forecast to carry on for the next 5 to 10 years, which is remarkable in terms of value creation. And it's the reason that many of them have gone from a standing start of effectively not existing technologically in the last sort of 5 to 10 years to being worth $100 billion or more already. You know, and I think a number of these are trillion-dollar opportunities plus, which is very exciting. And this is already an extremely large market. So the top 700 biopharma companies in the world, in aggregate, valued at $5.5 trillion by the end of 23, which is the last numbers available. By the end of last year, it actually is probably higher because of people like Novo Nordisk and other businesses that are developing, notwithstanding how challenged some stock markets have been outside of the United States. And global pharma revenues are already at 1.6 trillion in 23. I assume everybody in this room knows these statistics. Is that fair? If you know that 1.6 trillion number, please raise your hand. Okay, I was wrong. And I think what's also, again, for my kind of generalist investor audience, back to the point about this is a flight to the moon, super risky stuff, the really big bits of this market are exhibiting compound annual growth rates of 12 to 13%. That's remarkable. That seldom happens in economics, full stop. The cancer drugs from 176 billion to sort of north of 300, we all know about that. I suspect many of you are involved in that reality. And the CRO market exhibiting fantastic growth rates in aggregate. That's a huge opportunity for generalist investors, particularly because CROs are a bit easier to understand than sort of cutting-edge therapeutic biotech businesses. So just further on the sort of aggregate opportunity, these are 3 quotes that, again, you'll be very familiar with, although perhaps less with the last one. First, it's Nobel Prize winning. That's the Nobel Prize press release from the CRISPR Nobel Prize for Chemistry, which you'll all be familiar with. Secondly, it's really very recent. And I've said it within the last 10 to 5 years here from Melanie Senior, who I'm sure many of you read. Even being a scaly-skinned stockbroker, investment banker character, you know, when I speak to my audience, when I get to meet CEOs of small biotech businesses, it's absolutely astonishingly science fiction what's happening. Stuff that's happening in the last few months is you know, a step change from stuff I was seeing 3, 4, 5 years ago. So this is very recent and it's very exciting. And you know, for my investor audience, why is this interesting? Well, it's interesting because of the value creation. And McKinsey said, this is actually a few years old now, you know, which comes into the point I'm about to make, but 60% of the world's physical inputs could be made using effectively biotech. So this is replacing packaging with cellulosic packaging. This is actually so much more than therapeutics. It's clean power generation. You know, it's biocoatings on photovoltaic cells. It's DNA-based computing. It's agricultural productivity. It's bioremediation technologies. You know, this is extremely exciting. And 2 to 4 trillion of economic potential. Well, I just showed you on the last slide, we're already at 1.6 trillion last year or the year before, just in pharma revenues. So I think that considerably underestimates the aggregate value creation in this sector. And why is that? Well, because, again, this is a slide I get very excited about because life sciences exponentials, I think, to a great extent, are demonstrably more exponential than tech exponentials. And if you like, the last century has been about physics, and the next century will be about biology, for fairly sort of prosaic, intractable, inherent reasons. So that's Moore's law. And show of hands, who knows what Moore's law is? I mean, basically, the processing power per dollar, pound, euro, whatever spent per doubles every 18 to 24 months. And Gordon Moore, the founder of Intel, came up with that in the 60s. It actually goes all the way back to the steam age, amazingly enough, and that's a chart that shows it. And that is absolutely front and center, the single most important driver of the returns of equities in the last century. And they are, at the moment, until the Magnificent Seven fall 50%, which may or may not happen. Let's hope it doesn't happen. But I think that we are very stretched when we look at US equities. But to the end of last year, equities have returned 10.6% per annum for a century because of Moore's law, and because we've created several trillion of real wealth, and that's most obvious with the Magnificent Seven, big tech stocks, and Nvidia's not on there because I first did this slide a few years ago. But it's not just directly through the big tech companies, it's indirectly through the revolution to every single industry engendered by tech and Moore's law and all of this scientific development and R&D. Life sciences, we think, are on the cusp of doing something similar into the next century, because basically, prosaically, almost all of mankind, I mean, without wanting to sound too hyperbolic, all of our biggest challenges as a species that remain are not problems of physics anymore, they're problems of biology. You know, whether that's environmental degradation or power generation, all the things I talked about a moment ago. So what is the industry that's best placed to solve that? I mean, you know, for people in this room, curing cancer, or dealing with Parkinson's, or you know, whatever other therapeutic indication. And just to go to the final point about the more exponential, you know, biotech is more powerfully exponential than tech. That's the bottom chart. There's the biology exponentials, which again, most people in this room will be familiar with. The cost of sequencing a human genome is one of the only exponentials that has left Moore's law in the dust for 2 decades. And everybody here will be familiar. You know, that chart shows 100 million down to sub $1,000. It was actually estimated to be between $3 and $5 billion when we first sequenced the human genome, and took tens of thousands of scientists, you know, 13 years. Now it takes a few hours and less than $200. That's going to create an awful lot of value, and not just in therapeutics. So in the next 3 slides, I'm just going to really quickly trot through really kind of obvious structural drivers. And again, this is with a capital markets kind of investor hat on when I consider the sector, but hopefully it's germane to most of the people in this room, and hopefully in terms of cheering up about the potential for the business at least, and fewer redundancies and problems with recruiting. So it's all about demographics and global growth. You know that, you know, cancer's a disease of age. The world's becoming more obese. There are lots of diseases in modernity. Why are all of these diseases in modernity on the rise? That's a big part of my book. What's the kind of smoking gun and what we've changed since the agricultural and industrial revolution? And it's growing. China's already the second biggest healthcare market in the world. Everybody knows that's super hot at the moment. Everybody's trying to license inexpensive Chinese assets and quality Chinese R&D. It'll be the biggest healthcare market in the world reasonably soon. So that's a big structural driver. I'm interested to see the reaction of this room in terms of the point I made here about an improving regulatory environment. Any heads shaking? Well, that's what they tell me. That's what all this... Okay, well, you know, set against that, it is a kind of unimpeachable fact that the NMPA, you know, a decade ago had no review scientists, and today it's got knocking on 1,000. That's a big change. COVID is obviously a hell of a hot potato. You know, I made the comment at again, a generous investor thing the other week that I don't think the fact that we got a COVID vaccine in 10 months has anything to do with Her late Majesty the Queen and Bill Gates trying to microchip us all. I think it's just the more or less prosaic confluence of science and everything else that is the reason that happened. And it does compare to 45 years that it took us to get a polio vaccine, right? I mean, this is interesting. This is logarithmic. It's exponential. And that Linklaters quote just sort of underpins that idea of relaxing regulation. But it sounds like this audience will decry that as a point, so I'll move swiftly on to the next one. It's a key strategic sector for governments. It has been, it will continue to be, because it pays high wages. It's, you know, there's a lot of talk in the UK about it, and a £1 billion life sciences investment programme, which in the context of a £2.4 trillion economy and 53 billion on defence, I don't think we've got our priorities right, but, you know, I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir with respect to that. In this room, I mention Australia because with my investor's hat on in this space, I think Australia, like the UK, is structurally undervalued, which is why I'm focused on it. And they've also got these fabulous super funds, which mean that the Australian biotech could be a very exciting place in the next few years. Because if Canberra decide to sort of support Aussie heroes, that could be very interesting for Australian biotech and the funding of Australian biotech. And similar, you know, we all know about how the US and Europe and how many billions of euros, dollars, whatever else there are supporting the sector. It's also basically the biggest balance sheet of any sector. There's Ernst & Young every year do a firepower survey of the biggest biopharma and pharma companies, and basically a firepower score is you take their current balance sheet and you gear it up to a net debt to EBITDA ratio that's sustainable through the cycle, and that gives you how much they could spend on M&A. So obviously Novo Nordisk today has a much higher firepower score than it did 3 years ago or 10 years ago. And it's always $1 trillion or more. That's enormous compared to every other sector. Then you've got specialist VCs and PE firms all over the world who are another trillion. Then, and this has become a toxic word in recent years, ESG. ESG was immensely hot, as I'm sure you all know, for a long time. And it's biotech, pharmaceuticals, surprisingly enough, are actually the #1 rated ESG sector because of patient outcomes and doing good and curing cancer. And there have been several $1 trillion of fund flows into ESG specialist funds in recent years. So this is massive, massive pool of capital that's available to support people like you, hopefully, although there are caveats coming. And the last one is just old school. If you're a student of equity markets, Equities 101, life sciences companies that succeed and deliver and get through the clinical and commercial trajectory to delivery are uniquely excellent investments because they have high margins, strong cash generation, the patent moat, long duration IP. And when they exit to mega pharma, when a biotech exits to a big pharma company, they're at really, really serious premiums, as again, I'm sure most of you experience. But notwithstanding all of this, I think we're at an inflection point, and now we're going to look at just how absolutely awful the UK is for funding life sciences and why that is. So I've lived and breathed this for 10 years, kind of at the coalface of speaking to institutional investors and trying to help. The sort of companies I work with range from a couple of scientists coming out of Oxford or Cambridge or another British university with great IP who just needed to raise a few £1 million to get going, all the way up to selling BTG to Boston Scientific for £3.5 billion and sort of everything in between. And I used to joke, well, I'll come back to that. But basically, despite all of this amazing stuff I've just said, outside of the United States, if you're a student of equity capital markets, this is an unimpeachably factual statement. These companies are unbelievably structurally undervalued. I mean, I can stand here with a straight face and say to you that I could put together a portfolio of businesses that are probably on a 4 to 5 year forward sales multiple of 1, and in many cases on an EBIT or PE multiple of 1. And if you just look at average sort of success rates in terms of clinical and commercial trajectory, that means that sort of probably 20 to 30% of those businesses will re-rate to a market rating, which implies 12 to 15 to 20x upside on those stocks. Now, it's not as easy as that. Otherwise, I'll just leave and go and make lots of money investing in this sector. Well, hopefully that may still happen. But why are these businesses so unbelievably egregiously undervalued as compared to their American cousins and people in other places in the world? It's to do with our capital markets and our investment industry, not to do with the commercial potential or the commercial trajectory of the businesses. And this is a source of enormous frustration to me and why I've just spent 3 years writing this book, to try and articulate in a long-form way, if in a small way I can have an impact on all the things that are causing this problem. So to unpack it still further, innovative biotech companies are definitionally smaller companies. To go back to earlier, they're all that sort of quantum size. They're also specialist investments. They don't have P ratios. They're not generating cash with a restaurant group or a factory or whatever else. They're very specialist. They have high science. They're R&D driven. That creates 2 really intractable, prosaic structural problems. They're too specialist for generalist domestic investors. So if you're a small business based in the UK, you can't go and get capital from overseas if you're below a certain, because all the big investors overseas have to cut a universe of investable assets at a certain point market cap wise. So you can't approach them. So you have to go to domestic investors. All of the assets under management in the UK that are run in smaller companies are run by generalists who see a brewing firm, then EasyJet, then Marks & Spencer's. They've got no appetite for understanding of this sector. And that's a real problem. And then these businesses, as I say, are too small for the big generalists, most of whom sit in the States or Singapore or the Middle East, but very few of them sit in the UK. And so the joke I used to sort of come home to, I used to say that I could literally call up a US healthcare investor like Wellington in Boston or somebody in California and say, I've got a biotech company that has a 100% response rate, pan-tumoral cure for all solid tumored cancers. And by the way, it also has a unit that turns lead into gold. And the answer would have been, I'm sorry, I don't have bandwidth to talk to management right now. Because it was a 200 million market cap business. It's too small, it's too far away, it has all the troubles with jurisdiction and time zone and everything else. So this is a massive intractable valley of death because Britain's quite good at supporting early stage science. We're absolutely awful at taking that and building FTSE 100 size businesses. Absolutely awful for all sorts of reasons. And also those Americans, because they have too much capital, their position sizes are too big. You know, they'd have to buy all of a £200 million FTSE small cap business to make it worth their while. And they don't want to do that, obviously. And BD professionals, M&A BD professionals at Mega Pharma are similarly challenged. You know, if you're at Bristol Myers, you do not walk in and tell your boss that you found a fabulous company that's capitalized at $40 million on the UK AIM market. Even if it might have IP that elsewhere in the world would be valued at a lot more than $40 million. To me, this is a clear example of what economists call market failure. There is no efficient market hypothesis in early stage small cap life sciences businesses outside of the United States. And that, as the Chinese say, the Chinese symbol for opportunity is the same as crisis, you know, the yin and yang symbol. That hopefully is an opportunity. But just before we get excited about that, these problems are particularly pronounced in the UK, and this goes to why I threw the question out at the beginning of my presentation around how many stock market listed companies. I speak to financial journalists a lot. You know, I do podcast interviews with finance-focused podcasters. I'm blown away by how few people know that stat. We've lost nearly half of our stock market companies. 30 years ago, the UK was 10% of the global stock market assets under management. Today, it's 4 to 5, depending on what you look at. British equities now trade on a 40 to 60% discount to equities, 60% to America, 40% to a lot of Europe and places like Singapore and Australia. So what does that mean? If you want to raise money to conduct M&A, you have to pay twice the dilution as a competitor in the States or Singapore or Amsterdam or wherever. So what are these companies doing? They're leaving. £300 billion worth have gone. And it's all fairly high profile stuff if you read the financial press. Arm Holdings is the best tech company we've built in a generation, gone to America. So that's 300 billion. The opportunity cost of what we might have delivered in terms of economic growth and value is a multiple of 300 billion pounds. And the overall impact, that's the overall impact being higher. And who might be next? Because all of those big stalwarts, the FTSE 100, currently have pressure from activist investors to leave the UK. Because you would argue that if Astra or Glaxo relist in New York and leave the UK, they're like, well, Astra will add $100 billion to its market cap overnight. It doesn't quite work like that, but it's not far off that. And that means they have the firepower to go and do more accretive M&A and compete better with Lilly and Novartis and whoever else. This is happening at the moment. And it's not even an electoral issue, which just blows my mind. And down at the sort of level of perhaps companies you might care about more, smaller biotech companies. So 14 British biotech companies have floated on a stock market since 2018. 12 of them didn't do it in the UK. Because you can't. I can tell you from first-hand experience, it's almost impossible now. Loads of AIM-listed biotechs have delisted or even gone into administration, tragically. And I'll show you a little vignette in a minute that's hair-raising to the extent that that's often not their fault. And that's the Redex, what used to be Redex PLC, Redex now a private company. But, we believe our current market valuation is not reflective of our track record or future potential. And that sounds like a self-serving statement from a management team, but I'm here to tell you that that is true, and it's true for so many of these businesses. And it's part of the reason that you're talking about thousands of people being laid off. Loads more British companies on stupid, tiny little valuations when you consider the quality of their IP, the size of the total addressable market they're addressing, how far through the clinic they are. It's an insane situation that's very, very poorly understood. And so there's a slightly spurious throwaway example here as an exemplar, but is this about the quality of the companies or is it about capital depth? Uber lost $31.5 billion from 2014 till last year when it became profitable, and now it's a $160 billion market cap business. If Uber had been subjected to the same lack of capital depth and problems I'm articulating about funding in the UK as all of our British biotech companies are, it would have gone bust 7 or 8 years ago. So this is a problem we need to solve, because then we'll have more Ubers, or biotech companies that are valued at $100 billion, is my point. And why? Why has this happened? Why? You can probably tell I'm particularly exercised about it. It's because we shot ourselves in the foot through terrible policy. And it's, by the way, it's not party political. It was under Blair and Brown. It began in the 90s, and it was carried on through successive Tory governments, and now it's just been supercharged by Mrs. Starmer and Reeves. It's ill thought out, not understanding the unintended consequences of their legislation, because they've never spent a day of their lives working, in financial markets at the coalface of capitalism. Brown kicked it all off. I mean, he also sold all of our gold, which cost us 30 billion quid by now. Well done, Gordon. I mean, gold was obviously cheap when he sold our gold. Anyway, it has taken £1.5 trillion away from UK equities. And so that is that is multi-hundreds of billions of pounds that could be supporting the businesses that you're talking about and work for and work with, truly. And again, not an electoral issue, really poorly understood. UK equities were, our pension funds, of which there are about £3 trillion, used to be 50% in British companies' equities. Today it's about 3%. That's happened in 30 years because of this regulation, this diabolically stupid and ill-considered regulation. And if you want to, so this is not, let's just do a comparative analysis of where our regulation's driven us compared to the rest of the world. So what that chart is, if you look at Australia, so the top dark blue line, Australian shares, the ASX, is about 1.3% of the aggregate total value of stock markets in the world. About 1.3% of world stock markets are Australian. Australian pension funds, domestic pension funds, have 37.7% of their assets in Australian equities. Look at everywhere else. Japan, 4.4% of global equities. 49% of Japanese pension assets, domestic pension assets, are in Japanese equities. America, the Mac Daddy, is it on there? Yes, it is at the top. 43% of the global stock market is American equities. 63% of their pension assets are in equities. Where's Britain? Well, we were 10%. We're now 4.5%. And only 2%, 2.7% of your money, my money, our money. And that is why, this is a huge part of why Britain has a growth problem. It's a huge part of why you're seeing layoffs, because it's become virtually impossible to raise money. And why has this happened? Liability-driven investment, like we're the only country in the developed economy, developed world doing this. Tax treatment of dividends, stamp duty on stocks. One that gets missed a lot, failure to regulate crypto. There are now more British adults who are invested in crypto than who have a stocks and shares ISA. That is a national scandal and a tragedy, because that is several billion pounds. And several billion pounds doesn't sound like much in the context of the market cap of AstraZeneca, but in the context of small biotech companies that need 100 million quid to do a phase 2, it's the whole shooting match, alongside all of these other changes. Then, I don't want to get bogged down in MiFID II and RDR. This is FCA regulation alongside consumer duty that have compounded all this, made financial advisors, wealth managers, investment banks either extremely risk-averse or out of business and gone. The 35,000 front office jobs have gone in the city in the last 30 in my career. JP Morgan used to have 25 UK equity salesmen. Today they have 1. And I wonder how long he's got left, to be honest. I hope you're not watching this. I won't say his name. I doubt he is. And all of this has driven the inexorable rise as well, the biggest equity theme. This is why the Magnificent Seven are all valued so well, so highly. The inexorable rise of passive, unthinking passive investing over active, which everyone will tell you, 90% of active fund managers underperform, but that misses the point. It misses the point of what the stock market, the purpose of the stock market is not just for your pension money, it's also to capitalize and fund innovation and companies. So if everything goes, John Bogle is the founder of Vanguard, the biggest passive player in the world, who said that passive ETFs should only be 15% of the stock market. They're now north of 50%, and they're more than 100% of under 40s investments in stock market equities. That is a real problem, because it means that you don't have an active ecosystem looking at these sorts of businesses, because all the money just goes in a tidal wave into Meta, Microsoft, Apple, et cetera, That's a huge problem, and it's going to unwind in the next few years, in my considered opinion, because what goes up must come down. And when this theme unwinds, it will be just as parabolic in reverse as it has been going up. So be careful and speak to your financial advisors about where your pension assets sit. Although if you're British, they're probably in underperforming bonds, which is why you will retire with £300,000 instead of £2 million if we had more enlightened, if we acted like Australia and everywhere else. British active equity funds have seen outflows for 47 of the last 48 months, to the tune of around £1 billion a month. So that's another £50 billion that's not going into the companies that you guys work for or work with. And the smaller company broking system in the UK has just been completely eviscerated. So we can't build large companies. There's Gordon Sanghera, the CEO of Oxford Nanopore. So what does all this mean? It means that if somebody gets offered £500 million for their business, they say, yay, and everybody celebrates and cheers and claps, and off they go. Alex Dormandy, former head of OSC, making effectively the same point, which means we don't build We don't even build £1 billion biotech companies at the moment, let alone 5, or it might consider it. But if Denmark can build a $500 billion business from effectively pig farming, by the way, which was a remarkable achievement, because that's where the IP originally comes from. Why can't we even build one more Astra or Glaxo? Because we've resoundingly failed to do that because of everything I'm talking about right now. And this is particularly frustrating when you consider that the UK and Europe are home to 43 of the top research universities that are relevant to this sector in the world, as against 34 in the US, and publish twice as much relevant research, developing quality IP. We all know about Cambridge, Nobel Prizes, Oxford, and it's not just Cambridge and Oxford. Don't want to be too focused on that, but the IP coming out of those Cambridge, you'll know the development of Sir Gregory Winter and all these sorts of developments from the 80s onwards. This whole industry rests effectively on British IP, or a large part of it does, but our company formation lags the US by trillions of dollars, not billions, trillions, without exaggeration. And this, again, is a bit of a spurious throwaway comment, but Humira, as you all know, has done north of I think it's $240 billion by now since launch. It was originally a Brit, it was Co, BASF, and Cambridge Antibody Technologies, wasn't it? But if Britain didn't have these challenges I'm articulating, that is a $300, $400, $500 billion company just based on the sort of PE multiple implied by making that much revenue. It's not. It's all gone to America. So there's Emma Duncan, The Times. Because of this, all of these businesses are moving over the other side of the Atlantic, and it's the same in Australia. And it's really rather depressing. And just to get even more depressing before I then finish with a few slides that are rather more uplifting before you'll get immensely despondent about the future. But I have to get this one off my chest because I work with them. So Redex Pharma was forced into administration in May 2017 because a vindictive individual, this is on the tape, can I scratch that and edit that bit? Because basically they called in a loan they'd suggested to management they wouldn't call in for sort of personal reasons, as I understand it. I've been quite close to the situation. And it was for £2 million. So Redex was forced into administration. We ended up helping the hapless administrator. Again, I shouldn't say that on the tape, should I? Let's hope none of these people ever see this speech. But, this stuff is important, right? Because they didn't know how on earth to value a BTK inhibitor asset, a local Liverpool, administrator. We helped them. We managed to sell it. You can imagine what a distressed situation this was for $40 million to Loxo Oncology, the BTK inhibitor. Is anybody familiar with this program in this room? Right. So Loxo was acquired 18 months later for $8 billion, and one of only 4 assets that were explicitly telegraphed on the press release for that acquisition was this program, now Loxo 305, Redex's BTK inhibitor, small molecule. That is now Jaypirca. It's on market, approved for the indications I've just given you, and they're looking for more. Global Data have that as a $3 billion per annum drug. And thank you, sir. Can you do that more aggressively for everybody's benefit? I mean, it could be a $5 or $6 billion drug. So there is a British biotech company delivering fabulous IP. And look, we all know there are attendant risks on what was probably a phase 1 program at the time. But the only reason that this economic value has not accrued to the UK is because of the stupidity of the extent to which we've shot ourselves in the foot and the fact that our funding model has stopped working. But now let's talk about the opportunity. Crisis. The opportunity. So look, I think the valuation, this is sort of more or less inexorable, partly because of the exponentials. I believe it's the best structural opportunity I've seen in 25 years doing smaller companies, because so many of these businesses are literally on a PE of 1, or potentially. It's cheaper to do business in Europe. Everything's much cheaper in Europe. Ultimately, these are well-known quotes. If you work on a trading floor, the cure for low prices is low prices, or Ben Graham, Warren Buffett's mentor, always used to say, in the short run, the stock market's a voting machine. In the long run, it's a weighing machine. Fundamentals will out eventually, even if there's massive disequilibrium in the short term. KKR, very smart, big, deep-pocketed US VCs, just seeded their London team with a lot of money. This is the first swallow of the summer, which is firms like Redex, which is now a private company, and Scancell, which is still listed, now basically the majority of their shareholders are immensely smart overseas investors. So that sort of that problem of American specialists not being willing to look at UK companies is perhaps beginning to erode, because enough is enough. They're so incredibly cheap. And as we saw earlier, there's $1 trillion worth of capital out there. And the most important thing of all for funding, for securing funding, is commercial delivery. Because you can't really argue with a business that makes it through, delivers an asset, starts selling it, makes significant profit. Stock markets will eventually value. An early stage R&D business is much harder to value and much more capricious. So the animal spirits of what NASDAQ values that at versus what London values that at, it makes the big difference that I'm articulating. But once you deliver profitability, it's different because of scientific progress and all the structural drivers I've given above. If you develop quality IP and if you're profitable, you will come to the attention of large specialist investors, because now you're big enough, because they can get enough liquidity to work. Generalists, because now they can say, oh, we understand what PE ratios are and return on capital employed, and you're making money, so I can interrogate you alongside a brewing company or an airline company. And BD professionals at large pharma, because these firms then become kind of sufficiently scaled to be of interest to mega pharma. And this is why some of these businesses have been in the past the best performing businesses in their respective stock markets. I believe there'll be quite a few more of these, particularly if you consider indexation, because if you get, in the UK, if you get to about 600 million market cap, you go into the FTSE 250, and then there's a huge swathe of index buyers from all over the world. In Australia, it's the ASX 300. And success begets success. So if I'm right, and we have 6 or 7, 3, 4, $5 billion sized British biotech businesses listed in London, all the big bulge bracket investment banks, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, etc., will have an analyst on UK mid-cap life sciences in a way that they haven't done forever. That will then mean the buy side's more interested. Big family offices will be more interested. Global capital will be more interested. And then that's all this self-fulfilling upward spiral. And the other thing that I don't know what everyone feels about this statement, but the sort of management teams I meet and the stuff I came across researching this book, some of this stuff will be front page news. It won't be front page of companies and markets. It'll be front page of, tabloids, cure for cancer, stripping $100 billion that are cost out of the NHS. There's some really wonderful IP going on right now, as I'm sure you're all aware. And I think some of that, finally, the sort of complete lack of interest from the journalist community in these sorts of companies because of the inherent negative bias in our press. You'll hear a lot about war, famine, pestilence, COVID, whatever else. You never see a news report that says, great news, in a lab in Cambridge today, there was a fabulous breakthrough in a phase 2. Or, the stock market was up 2.6% last month. You only ever see when there's been a stock market crash. That's the only time, and that's why the public have such a distorted view of financial markets and capitalism. So all of that, there are a very clear set of steps to an equity story. And on this next page, I'm a stockbroker, so I'm cherry picking. So here is a company called Telix Pharma. What an amazing, so it's a theranostic precision medicine company. But crucially, this share price trajectory from 65 cents when it IPO'd in November 2007 to $28.50 that it's trading at right now, that's quite nice. That's 35 times your money since November 17. And why has it done that? Because it's exhibited everything I just said on the last slide. The market started discounting the commercial progress they're going to make, so it indexed. They got their product approval, they launched their prostate imaging product, and it's this commercial delivery point, which is that, so in their first half year out in anger making revenues, they made 24 million Aussie dollars. In the first half of last year, they made 365 million Aussie dollars. So now the index investors are investing, now the specialist investors are investing, now the generalist investors are investing because they can put a PE ratio on it because it's profitable. And it's now a 9 billion Aussie dollar business, and it's a very obvious takeout candidate for mega pharma that wants a precision oncology business like this. So it's not, stock market investment isn't that easy, but I do think that there are going to be quite a few more of these, in Australia and the UK. And so before this theme plays out, I genuinely think there's a chance we'll go from massive, massive negative disequilibrium that we've suffered today, and companies on fumes. I mean, you should admire anybody running a AIM-listed biotech business trying to raise money. It's just so difficult. And I think there's a chance that, as always happens in stock markets, they're in permanent disequilibrium. It's either negative or positive. So by the time this theme plays out, 7 to 10 years from now, in my considered opinion, the wrong trade will be the Magnificent Seven, and the right trade will be small cap UK biotech companies. Talking my own book, but let's hope it happens for all of our benefit. And in the meantime, the most tangible takeaways for everyone in this room, and to give a bit of a plug to Phraktion, as I suppose I should do, but appropriately, is that C-suite executives and everybody from them downwards in any organization in this space should be absolutely bolted on, focused on raising money, because it's incredibly hard, unless you sit in Boston and you went to an Ivy League college with all the big VC people. This should be front and center. We used to joke at my old employer that we should have a CEO school. And we should bring, I've seen CEOs just not care. This is the poor relation. They can go to the city and the streets are paved with gold and cap in hand, give me 50 million quid. It's not like that. And it takes a year. You have to go and set your stall out to a potential investor, whether they're a family office or high net worth or an institution. And then you say, this is what we're going to achieve in the next year. And they say, great, come back to us next year and show us how much of that you achieved. Only then will they write you a check. And time and time again, I only had a conference call with an Australian firm yesterday morning. That management team have fabulous IP. And they just haven't bothered to really think about investment. They just sort of pole up and go and talk to Macquarie Bank and think that they'll just magic up $100 million. And it just doesn't work like that. This has to be front and center, a focus for all senior management in businesses in this sector. And ideally raise more than you think you're going to need, because you always need more and you always need more time. And using capital efficiently has never been more critical. And so you should use firms like Phraktion to help you achieve that. Is that all right?
Brilliant.
Thank you very much.
Fantastic. Thanks, Andrew.
And questions. Very happy to take questions or challenges or be booed off stage. For
Absolutely, and I know how difficult it is to raise any kind of money, particularly when you walk in a room and the first thing a VC person says, or an investment banker, or whoever you're trying to get the money off says, show me some patient data and show me the drug works. Well, there are an awful lot of steps to get that drug into that group of patients before you can do it.
I had a horrendous breakfast with Lisa Anson, who's the CEO of RedX, where the investor sat across the breakfast table from her, stuffing his face with bacon and eggs, and said, so you've got one phase 2 drug? And she said, yes. And he said, what's the percentage chance that it makes it through to being an on-market commercial product? She said, probably 5 to 10. And he said, so what you're telling me is you've got a 90 to 90% chance of being worth 0. That wasn't the most edifying breakfast.
Right, are there any questions? Great, here we go.
Thanks, Andrew. That was very good. I've also read your book, which is also excellent.
Thank you very much. You're one of 7. That's very kind.
I recommend everyone else does.
Can you put a review up in Lights, please?
I will. Yeah, so I did a project last year through Phraktion, actually, which was very successful for a small biotech, helping them recruit patients for their clinical trial. It helped them to achieve their next milestone in funding. So I'm wondering, from your experience, is there an opportunity, i.e., is there any appetite among the investors to partner with people like us in order to de-risk their investment?
I think you'd need a very sophisticated VC, specialist VC kind of investor to be able to contemplate something like that, because to my point earlier about all the small cap money is generalist money. So you've got a master of the universe fund manager who's of a certain age and stage and demographic who loves talking to companies that sell fishing tackle and, you get them, or brewers or whatever else, and to get them to contemplate something that complicated. What they want to do is come in the morning, read a piece of research that says this company's great, it might cure cancer, and here's the sort of probability adjusted NPV, and they just buy some on the stock market. To get that kind of buy-in and that kind of sophistication, but there are specialist VCs that want the market. I think that's hugely untapped. So the UK London-based family office scene has £1 trillion of capital. It's very, very hard to engage with because it's very, very atomized. That it's not. If you speak to institutions, you know it's Fidelity and Legal & General and Aviva, and it's all obvious. But the family office scene is very opaque and fragmented, so it's very hard to access it. But there's a lot of capital there, and they often, very often a family office principal, the wealth. Let's say somebody's made $1 billion in biotech. There are quite a few of them in London, notwithstanding everything I've just been saying for the last few hours. Some of them pulled it off. People like that often, it's a passion project. They really care about patient outcomes. Maybe they've got some Parkinson's in the family and they want to fund a Parkinson's asset. And so, that requires really proactive curation of that audience. And that's what all too few management teams are doing, in my opinion.
Okay, we've got time for one more question from Faisal over here.
Great, thank you very much. Great talk. Faisal, CMO of a US-based biotech, but hopefully one day in the future, if your upside works, then UK-based biotech. You've addressed a lot of my questions I've always had around why we've got such a great fundamental science scene and some very successful large companies, but nothing in the middle, right? And do you think, and you didn't sort of cover it in your talk, but do you think there's any connection with NICE and the very strict HTA environment that we have, which subconsciously makes people believe that in that middle piece, we're not going to be paying for that, or that's going to be very unlikely to be reimbursed in the UK, which makes UK investors move away from that, but that's why we edge it off, versus what we see in the US up until now. Maybe the IRA will change things, or Germany or Switzerland. Do you think that's got any connection?
That's a very interesting question. I might concede that at a subconscious level, that might be right, because, you know, a London-based investment professional will think, oh, you know, Kimroya costs $475,000. NICE never going to. Well, I think they have. Somebody correct me. They have, right. Eventually, right. But how many years after it signed off? Oh, okay. I used a bad example. I'm trying to come up with another one. I am an investment banker after all. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah. Quite. But what I would say is, if you're actually just thinking, you know, with your equities hat on and being accurate about it, it's totally irrelevant, because wherever the IP is developed, everybody knows the primary market is the States, followed by Europe and the rest of the world, and then eventually, I mean, China's amazing, because any small biotech company that's got an on-market drug right now is making X billion in America and X 100 million in Europe, or, you know, we all know what the numbers are roughly, you know, 1 in America, 700 million in Europe, and so on around the world, and 0 in China, because they just can't engage with it, which is this huge amount of latent value that's in biotech globally, I think, as that sort of unwinds soon. But you know, analytically, that shouldn't put you off a British biotech company that is developing an asset that the moment it gets FDA approval is on market in the States. So, you know, your valuation exercise on that should take that account and not worry about what the UK, which is ultimately quite a small market in the grand scheme of this globally applicable IP, what they're doing shouldn't be relevant. But you're right, at a subconscious level, with fund managers who aren't specialists, maybe it does. Yeah, I've never thought about it like that. I'll add it to the list of challenges.
Okay.
Do you want to do one?
We're a little bit late, but Andrew has got copies of his book, and he's happy
Selling
to
at a
sign them
discount.
outside. So let's put our hands together again for Andrew for a fantastic talk. Let's reconvene at 5 to 4 for the next session. So yeah, enjoy coffee or tea.
1, 2. It's working. Is it on? I know I have a loud voice anyway, so I'm just checking.
I think it's for the YouTube.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's small enough that people can hear.
It's the strongest tea you've ever tasted. It's really not that all. It is, isn't it? And hardly anyone's left after that, so do you want that one?
Okay, we've just got a few stragglers outside. Andy's proving very popular, but he will be here when we finish. So we've now got a chaired session, which Cass is doing, together with Faisal, Claire, Rohit, and Andrew. This is really about the opaqueness of mid to large pharma and how one goes about sourcing talent and problem solving, I hope. And Cass is going to chair this one. So over to you, Cass.
Thank you. I thought I was doing something completely different. So we agreed as a team that we were not going to talk about politics, vaccines, or confidentiality. So I'm extremely grateful to Andy, who I feel like I've known for a lifetime, for covering all of that in his session, and perhaps worrying us all slightly and asking ourselves the question, what on earth are we doing in this room anyway? But thank you for the invitation to chair this panel, which means you get a lot less of my own opinion and a lot more of me asking, hopefully, friendly questions to our very experienced panel. For those of you who don't know me, my name's Cass Ricks. I'm a team mediator, moderator, facilitator, whatever word you want to use. Apparently, I'm pretty good at asking people questions that they then reflect on. So let's see how that gets us very far. Today's panel is designed to take the experience and competence, and that's one of the things we'll talk about, is the difference between experience and competence of this amazing panel of people, to discover what the difference is between the way in which we have been operating our industry for so many years. Somebody reminded me the other day, we don't necessarily launch drugs differently since we have in 1925 to 2025. And what we could be doing to really stretch ourselves in the way in which we use talent to solve whatever problems we think we face. So with that in mind, we've brought together this wonderful group of people who I'd like to allow themselves to introduce themselves rather than me try and do it, because I could end up with an extremely long biography, as we did for Andy. So with that, I'll hand over to Faisal and ask him to introduce himself.
Shall I take it? Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. Great to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Faisal Mahmood, physician by background, trained in internal medicine oncology, 21 years in large pharma based out of the UK, France, and the US, and recently made a transition to a more entrepreneurial company as the chief medical officer for a microcap NASDAQ listed, US listed, rather than UK, unfortunately, company.
Hi, Claire Grace. I'm CEO at EMS Healthcare. We are a clinical research site network in the UK, an independent site network. I've spent 25 years in the industry. Started out with Andrew. There's my first boss ever in the industry. Had to get that one in. My background is started with biotech, then into pharma, large pharma at AstraZeneca, and then through 4 large global CROs, most latterly at Phraktional, where I was Chief Patient Officer, and then moved over to EMS as CEO. So it's lovely to be here. Thank you for having me, Kaz.
Hello, everyone. My name is Rohit Sood. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of a company called Sorcero. My background is I'm an applied mathematician and computer scientist, so I'm a different kind of scientist, but I'm a has-been computer scientist. I spent the first 10 years on fintech on Wall Street, developing trading systems, realized that wasn't for me, transitioned to what became Syneos Health. Claire and I worked there together for a bit. I ran their global commercial advisory group, which had various different consulting businesses. I can bore you to death about consulting. And then realized that I needed to get some operational experience, which is where I met Paul. And I ran the outsourcing business, the commercial outsourcing business at Eversana. And after that, had another cathartic moment and said, I need to do something else. And found Sorcero, which is we call ourselves the Customer Intelligence Platform for Life Sciences. It is a medically tuned AI platform, so I can talk about AI and what that means in many other areas, including recruiting. And we're trying to change the world one customer at a time.
I got my own. Hello, I'm Andrew Mackey. My background's biochemistry and then law, and I've worked in the industry both in large pharma and biotech companies. In the first half of my career in R&D positions, mostly D rather than R, and then the second half in business development, venture investing, and corporate type roles. And I'm now working with UK universities to identify interesting technologies and spinning them out into companies.
Thanks, everyone. So the first question we agreed that we would all give our own different opinions to is, what exactly is it about the way in which we resource talent in our industry that is either causing us to succeed or asking us to rethink the way in which we do things, understanding what we heard from the panel earlier on?
So coming from Syneos and Eversana, I will say the operating model of our business is changing. It's changing slowly. From the CRO, CMO, CSO world, we now have what we call a contract commercial organization, which started with Inventive, Syneos. And we were there when that phrase was coined at JP Morgan and launched there. But we're also seeing with some of the points that were referenced, I think, in the recruiting panel about the number of layoffs and the fact that pharma was bloated for a while, right? Whether we like it or not. They are trying to, with patent losses, achieve a certain amount of shareholder value that they have to maintain, where they are trying to rethink what the staffing capacity model looks like, which is where organizations and service providers, where they're looking at different service categories, and organizations like Phraktion become extremely valuable. The gig economy, which started in software, is kind of what's happening in our business right now. And so I see that evolution coming and not going away anytime soon. So.
Okay, thanks. I think anyone who's worked in larger pharma companies know that your life there is in constant reorganization mode. So every 2 or 3 years, either your whole department or the whole company goes through a different prioritization, and everything starts to change. And it seemed, I mean, when I was in larger pharma company, it seemed to happen on a 2 or 3 year cycle. And so you're always downsizing and upsizing and downsizing and upsizing. And I think what's happened is to have some sort of leveling force during all these tumultuous times. We're now outsourcing more and relying on third-party individuals to make things happen. And I think thinking about the fractional model, I mean, what it started is going from the full-time employee to the consultant or contract placement person. And now I think it's going more one more step evolution in that they're just looking at splitting down the jobs into more component pieces and then trying to fill those pieces, and perhaps on a more short term and a more fractured basis. And so I think the whole outsourcing model is becoming more important to pharma, but also the idea that it can be done in a more piecemeal fashion is becoming more accepted.
I think also what I'm observing is going back maybe 5-10 years, you're seeing a lot of outsourcing at the lower, more junior ranks, at the sort of mass outsourcing, and then the very highly specialist roles as well is more of the consulting piece. And there was a sort of a gulf in between those two. And what I'm observing now and what we're doing within our business is actually looking at the whole continuum of that level of resource and looking at how we can be more cost efficient and effective at buying in the right resource for the right period of time in the right locations. I'm looking at that right across the board, and so I think that's a shift we're seeing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I was reflecting on this question from before, and I was thinking, what have I seen in terms of my career journey? So over the 20 years or so that I've been in big pharma predominantly, at the beginning, if a CEO got up and spoke at an investor meeting and said, 50% of our pipeline is coming through, through biotechs, or we insourcing 50%, the share price would have crashed, right? Whereas now, if a CEO comes up and says 90% is coming from our in-house, their share price crashes. The point here is that it's expected that the science is really out there, and to attract it, you need the big pharma with the capital, but also the people. And so what's really happened for big pharma and mid pharma is that the value of the company is moved from the assets to the people. The people are the most important thing, and the structure and organization of those people. And what that's meant is, in terms of bringing in leadership or having fractional leadership and so on and so forth, that becomes more complicated, because what your USP is that that's all in-house, and what you're outsourcing when you do want to outsource is big piecemeal operational items, or when you've got an urgency issue. And that's where a lot of people have been involved, or where I've been involved in bringing talent in, is when we've got an urgent issue or a big transformation that we need to do. Things are now moving, because now the pendulum is swinging back a little bit, it's more balanced. And now I see a real opportunity of, in a way, of going direct access to external people with a lot of scars, a lot of experience, who can bring in expert leadership as well as SME. And I see that moving, but it's just starting to move. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. And thanks for answering in that way, because the question I inevitably wanted to ask as soon as Rohit answered was, is the operating model really changing? To what extent are you experiencing a change in the way that we resource talent into the businesses that we are familiar with or that we used to work for? Would you give it a percentage? Where does it sit on the spectrum? What's the reality in relation to what we're describing as it feels a little bit like utopia?
I would say I'll bring in an AI perspective, because we are selling solutions to medical, safety, commercial, market access on our platform. There is significant resistance. And because as human beings, we do not like change. And pharma is like an oil tanker. I used to joke about it in business school. Like when you want to turn right, it's like slow, and maybe even slower. But it will change, it's inevitable. And you're seeing innovative organizations. Sanofi, Aventis, their CEO has come out and said, we are going to use AI for everything. And they have fundamentally started to take this very stodgy organization, and they're trying to make it different. It's a transformation, there's change management involved. So that's one side that we are seeing, that it is slow. And then you have organizations that are just built on AI. I think we referenced Moderna early on. Actually, I read some statistic that they actually found the target in 42 days. That's never heard of. Now, I don't know if that stat is correct, but that's what I saw somewhere. I remember reading it. That is unheard of in our industry, because they had AI, and I think their CEO has said we were an AI company that was now starting to focus on in biology or life science. I forget the quote again, where I may be misquoting a bit. So we are seeing companies trying to be very innovative, but it is going to take some time where pharma and biotech companies start thinking about how do we transform our organization to really leverage technology change our operating model, not just on the clinical setting to identify targets, develop assets, but also on medical, commercial, go-to-market. Omnichannel is still a myth. At least the way I think about it. They call it multi-channel. Omnichannel is a nice, fun buzzword. But it is what the aspiration is, and that's the way you should think about it. So.
Can I ask a follow-up and then make sure that everybody gets the chance to answer? Okay, you said it, it's true, and we all heard this earlier on. Human beings don't like change. We like familiarity. We like to know that the way we see the world matters and that it makes sense to us. It's why we always say, well, I would never do it that way, or I'm just built this way, whatever phrase you use. But what if that's an excuse? What's the real resistance? In your experience, and you're talking specifically about AI, and then I'll ask everybody in the panel the same thing because you operate in such different market spaces. What's the real resistance? What are people afraid of?
I think they're afraid of replacing their roles. And I think someone said earlier, right, it's not about AI replacing you, it's about you being replaced by someone who knows how to use AI. But the reality is the operating efficiencies that come with AI will have an impact on capacity. That's just reality. So we've just got to reconcile that. And so the faster someone said, go on YouTube, go figure out AI, the faster you learn how to do things, how to apply AI, how to think about what AI will do to your function or your capability, the better off you're going to be.
Well, thinking more about the source of innovation coming into pharma, being much more from biotech rather than from in-house research now, I think that's driving the need for more specialization of knowledge and skills. And I think that is probably driving a lot of the outsourcing requirements, because as very niche products for very niche diseases come in, companies just don't have that expertise, and they need to look externally, and they need to move very quickly post-licensing deal to move forward. And so I think that's probably driving some of the change of behavior in terms of recruitment, in terms of resourcing projects.
And what about the resistance to that? If there is resistance, is that to do with, dare I say the word, confidentiality, competition? What's your...
I think it's, again, it's human nature. I think part of it is just control. So people feel more confident that if they have a full-time employee, that they're going to be able to have overreach of the whole project. They'll have the trust in terms of where the information is going to go. Whereas if someone's coming in one day a week and they know that person's going into other companies afterwards, there is that anxiety of what's happening with my information. So I think it's a little bit human nature, but I think that's changing, because I think, you know, even just the fact that most of us are working from home now means that our bosses can't control us like they used to, and so they have to trust us with the information as it flows around.
Or maybe they can control us even more when we're at home. You never know. I mean, just to build on what you're saying, yeah, I mean, absolutely, the opportunity for fractional support in drug development, which is what we're talking about. And the reason why it's fractional is because even the big pharma can't afford independent consultants to be there all year round. That's the basic issue, right? They can't afford, so they need to do it fractionally. And sometimes it's for very specific subject matter expertise, or sometimes it can be for more generalist. A generalist approach is really important. But in terms of building what you were saying, absolutely, we see big macro trends in terms of drug development. Big pharma, traditionally, what they were able to sell was they had very large capacity and capital reserves. They can have lots of shots on goal at the same time. Something's going to work. Lots of reserves of talent. They can afford for a lot of people to be not doing a huge amount of stuff a lot of the time, because it's more expensive to offload them and onboard them. But now we're seeing biotechs coming up, and they're always working very lean and mean, and they will need a lot more support. And now we're seeing biotechs going all the way, especially in the US mostly, of course. They will try and get approval before offloading, so they'll need a lot more long-standing fractional support. But now we're seeing an interesting trend, I don't know if the team will agree, is CROs. CROs saying, okay, instead of you paying us 50 million to do this study, you pay us 25 million, and we'll put 25 million as a risk within that, right? And they're becoming part of the puzzle. So what's the difference between that and big pharma, right? If big pharma is in licensing from a biotech, or you've got a CRO effectively lines become a little bit blurred around what is the pharma. And now we're seeing the big, obviously, thing with big digital companies, Amazon and Google, making a play in pharma. So we thought we'll use novel digital technology to help us. Actually, it's actually maybe the other way around, right? They're using us as food for their growth. And so we're seeing Google having isomorphic and Amazon and so on and so forth. And soon it's all about the data, right? They will need people with subject matter expertise in around drug development, all aspects, to be part of their journey, right? So actually, maybe big pharma being opaque, and it was maybe opaque partly for good reasons, partly for bad reasons, is almost being irrelevant, because most of what people who are working in independent consultants will be working for these other places, right? So maybe that is where we see the evolving model being very beneficial if you're an independent consultant.
Thank you. I guess I've got some quite specific examples of how we at EMS Healthcare are sort of implementing that fractional approach. I would say it's an approach as opposed to resourcing, because it's not just resource where we are taking a fractional model. What we do is we take our mobile clinical research units and we place them in different locations around the country to execute on our projects. And we're really small, we're only about 30 million of revenue a year. We have about 100 people as full-time core employees, and the rest we hire for that project. So if we have a 3-year study, we hire for the 3-year study, and we place the locations of our units. We look at all of the data, we look at census data, we look at our EMIS data, and we place those units in the locations where the patients are, and we move them around. So even the location is almost fractional because it's there for a period of time. And so we're bringing in our staffing, we're bringing our nurses and our physicians in an industry that's actually quite used to bank staffing and fractional resourcing, and they're doing maybe 2 or 3 days a week, some may be doing full time. They're with us for anything from 6 months to 3 years, and we manage our operational side that way. However, in other ways, for example, our C-suite, we discussed, do we hire a CMO, a chief medical officer? It's pretty foundational for a clinical site network to have a physician at the helm. And what we felt was actually one physician in one specialty was just not going to cut it for us. We needed to get more out of our money. It's a very, very expensive resource. And so what we've developed is a medical advisory council. We currently have 3 physicians on it, very different specialties across the experience levels from phase 1 right the way through to phase 4, and they come from, very academic. We have Professor Martin Gibson, huge in metabolic and obesity, which is big in the pipeline at the moment for us. We have a liver surgeon who's also moved into, and he's the first, working with BioNTech as one of their first principal investigators on a prostate cancer vaccine. So he covers off 2 big areas for us, which is big in the pipeline at the moment. And then we also have a GP Federation guy who takes our primary care element. And so by managing that in a very, very different way, we've taken that fractional resource and applied it. It's cheaper, we get a much higher quality of resource than we could normally afford, and we've got much broader capabilities and expertise in the business. So that's been really helpful to us. I think to go back to your question around what's been the challenge, 2 things. It's a very different model, and our pharma clients are very traditional, and whilst you talk with the higher levels of leadership within those organisations, they're very supportive of an innovative approach. But when you're actually talking to the people who are doing the outsourcing, if they don't follow the prescribed model and they step out of line, it's on them. The risk is on them to step out of that tried and trusted approach. And so that's where we get challenged, and making sure that those stakeholders in the organisations that we're working with are aligned and communicating is really, really critical to success of bringing those projects on board in that fractional approach.
Thanks, Claire. That tells me exactly why when we got on our call last week, the first thing she said to all of us is, aren't we already doing this? Which is probably not that much of a surprise. So you talked a bit already about the risks, maybe even you've experienced, you hear from your clients. Where has it worked really well? Whether it's your own experience or where you've heard this from others, where a fractional approach, whether it's across the launch spectrum, it's through the drug development process, where has it worked that we're not talking about enough?
Well, I think it works best in small company environments, right? Where you just, as Claire says, you don't have the capacity to staff the CMO role and the operations role, and people need to multitask. So if you keep the core team pretty small and then use external resource to bring in that expertise for specific tasks, also for specific times. It just allows you to use the capital invested in a much more efficient way, and you can just accomplish much more. So I think on the smaller company side, it's an obvious win.
I would say I would agree with Andrew. I think a lot depends on your cash flow or your cash position, the risk tolerance, and where your product or asset is in its development cycle. If you're a small company, even there's a whole trend about fractional, the other M in CMO, Chief Marketing Officer, or a Chief Market Access person, or somewhere in that other M. You'll see companies that are moving their asset through phase 2, phase 3. You'll have these very specific, nuanced professionals who just know how to focus on that function, and they're getting the answers so that when they get to a phase 3, you've got a protocol that makes sense. But I wouldn't be surprised that even if big pharma is doing this, while they may have that capability, competency within their organization, they're always looking for advisors to come in to help with a trial or to inform a market access component or something related to that drug development process. And if you look at it on a macro level, big pharma has been outsourcing things for years. All the agency work is outsourced. Very often the sales team is outsourced. They tend to keep account managers in-house. MIPV tends to be outsourced. Distribution tends to be outsourced. So what is pharma really focused on? It's a question worth asking, right? But that is where the trend is. The trend has been, that's where we've been going in pharma for a very long time. So.
I think from my perspective, a different lens again is when it works well, or where it works well is with really effective communication, process and training. If you don't have your systems and your processes set up for excellent onboarding, offboarding, training, making sure that you are remaining compliant and you don't find the efficiencies if you're constantly hiring in and you're not training, getting those people up to speed very quickly and then disengaging with them quickly. You have to be rapid on it, so that's a really important point to consider if you're looking at, the other side of, do I go down this route or not? You've got to have those systems and processes and training in place that enable people to come in, work effectively, compliantly, and then move out again quickly.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of good experiences and bad experiences in bringing, it's not always worked well, of course. Where I've seen it work really well within big pharma is if you've got the obvious thing, when you've got very discrete projects which require exquisite subject matter expertise, where it would just not make financial sense for you to hire someone, onboard them, train them, make them make lots of good mistakes and bad mistakes, and then do the work. Where you need that, of course, that's where we've traditionally gone. But interestingly, where I've seen it work really well is if we want to build competency in an area, we then bring in somebody who's got that generalist leadership expertise as well as 1 or 2 areas of subject matter expertise, give them permission to help build our competency over a period of time. And it's kind of a win-win for everyone. And I've seen that work really well. And that could be an area where we've moved to a new therapeutic area, or we want to move into a new phase of development, or we want to just build up some understanding around a new area of expertise, be that digital health or whatever. And if you give that permission, then I think that works really well. And with individuals, I'm talking about separately from using consulting firms, etc., with individuals, and that works really well.
Okay, so I'm hearing communication, preparation, real clarity in onboarding and offboarding, but also this maybe stepping away from the idea that this is a traditional, very legislatively bound industry, that we have to do things the way we've always done them. And that just reminds me of the example you gave last week when we were chatting, where you said this has been done in the most legislative environment in the world for a very long time. So can you just give us a bit more shade on that before we ask the audience with some additional questions, just that food for thought of...
Yeah, no, I was just, we were just kind of brainstorming around this, of course. And barristers have chambers, right? And the reason why barristers have chambers rather than, and they all essentially work independently within the chambers, and chambers are obviously independent within the inns, and the inns are all kind of separate, is because they have that level of subject matter expertise and they work well within a community, and they work then co-located within those inns in order for them to share their different and socialize their expertise amongst each other, So if there was a specific case which required 3 or 4 different expertise, they would be able to get that expertise within that in, right? That seems like not a million miles away from what Phraktion is, right? Phraktion is just a larger community using digital networks and these products, et cetera, to help socialize that information in a more decentralized way. But essentially, that's what that is, right? And we know within other areas, people are trying to move to that. So consultants within the NHS are thinking about wholesale moving to a kind of chamber-like model, like a barrister-like model, and then you can have direct access, and then they get moved back in. In the US, consultants, or they're obviously not called consultants there. They all work independently, even and outside of this hospital, and then they're contracted back in, and they work within these big groups. And I think we're going to see that more and more. So once you've built up your expertise and when you become an expert, you would then be eligible to go into that and do that, right? So I think, yeah.
Yeah, we're just thinking of, there's another highly regulated industry that we don't really think about. We think of ourselves as being very slow moving. We've always done things traditionally. Well, if lawyers can do it, then maybe we could move to a world where we could consider it. Yeah. So we want to open this to the audience, conscious of time. But there are some things that we wanted everyone to really think about. One, have we always done this anyway? 2, acknowledging confidentiality is crucial in any industry, not just ours. Could there be a way of us looking at this rather than competing with each other, rather than competing between those who want to be in freelance or want to operate a fractional model in their work or run a consultancy or run a recruitment agency? Is there not something we could be doing around segmenting our industry and looking at where the right time is for different approaches? We're constantly telling our clients that's one of the things they need to be doing. And yet when we start talking about competition with ourselves, and this is a little opinion from the facilitator, when we constantly talk about competition ourselves, we immediately go, I can't do that, because that might step on someone else's toes, or you might be stepping on mine. But maybe there is a model that says there's space for everyone here. Just the decision about what's right at this particular moment, as it would be for a patient, is the question we should be really asking ourselves. Thank you, everybody, for that anyway. Who's got some questions? And I can relinquish this microphone. He thinks he's going to take this away from me.
No chance.
Thanks, Faisal.
Can I ask a question first? Because Rohit's here. I want to ask this. So I'm going to go back to machine learning and sentience. We work in a highly regulated environment. It's documents, documents, documents. We employ people to write documents. That's how we do drug development. And we can talk about legislation, and legislators legislate and they make more documents. But really and truly, AI may help us perhaps find talent, help us problem solve to a certain extent. But ultimately, we need people to write documents. Where does AI come in a regulated environment? I'm thinking specifically about the FDA here, who hate AI.
Not true anymore. But
That depends. I have some experience with machine learning and image capture, and in one particular disease, and trying to convince the FDA to use that. But anyway, where in the hinterland are we needing people, real people, to write things, and technology to write things?
I think we have to change our thinking slightly, right? And you're using AI to become more efficient. So I'll give you an example. Our platform, not a plug, but our platform has about 260 million global publications. And if as a stat, it's about 2 million new publications a year that come out. 200,000 of them are in oncology. If you're an oncology medical writer and I'm trying to have you keep up, you already have a bias, you're time constrained, and there's only so much you can do. By filtering in our platform, asking questions, there is a ChatGPT-like feature, we call it our Instant Insight Engine, and your level of medical knowledge allows you to really dive deep into connections across unstructured data, which is very hard to do in AI. People think AI is like you ask a question, you get an answer. No, it is use case specific, and you're asking and addressing a very specific business problem. And you get an answer in seconds that is cited and referenced. Ask a human being to do that, you're talking about months. However, to your point, you take that information, you summarize it, because AI, we have an insight generator that also summarizes with you, cited and referenced, And now you bring in the human element, your experience, your expertise, the nuance about your product, the nuance about everything else, and say, okay, how do I create a manuscript out of it? And we've seen it done live. We didn't even think about it. We have a customer that's, when we looked at what they were doing, we were like, whoa, that's a use case. So we learn from our customers, right? So they were doing this, and they were writing an entire manuscript from the literature in breast cancer that they were working on. That's the power. Now, your point about FDA, yes, it is regulated, but the FDA now has a mandate to look at how they're going to look at AI to expedite different aspects, and we are having conversations with the FDA about that. Our CEO we are based in DC, and so our COO is very much connected to the FDA, and they're having conversations like what can be done with AI in a responsible and compliant manner. So we authored an article that's available online with USDM. I don't know how many of you know what USDM. It's the leading compliance vendor in the world. And somewhere in 2018, we said with Google, USDM, and us, we wrote this white paper on what is responsible AI. And so our entire architecture is built around responsible AI. We're also GDPR and SOC 2 compliant. Right? So when you build an AI system, way before my time, before I joined Sorcero, you've got to think about how a customer is going to use the system, as well as what are their fears. De-identified data, privacy, security, accuracy, credibility. And those things are absolutely built into the architecture. You'll hear this buzzword called agentic framework. It is very much here to stay. We did a webinar on it yesterday. There's a RAG agentic framework that focuses on hallucination, false positives. Big problem, right? When you ask ChatGPT or Claude AI or any other AI large language model, you ask it a question, you get a response, but you have no idea if it's accurate. Ours will tell you the data either doesn't exist or the data is insufficient, and it'll tell you, well, the data is insufficient, but consider A, B, and C. So again, the human is still in control. And so I don't see a time, at least in my lifetime, where it is your point about sentient, although a godfather of AI said 2034 for some reason, I remember that year. Maybe true, may not be true. But the idea is that it's all about efficiency and trying to get to a solution faster in all functions, essentially. So.
Great, yeah. Who polices the police? Right, questions. Nick?
Yeah, I have a question about training. I suspect the vast majority of the people in that room were trained for many years in large pharma. So my question now, given all the changes we're seeing with biotechs that are around for only a few years, is where do the future generations of Phraktion consultants come from?
Do you know, I think it's a really interesting point that you make, and it's really, really important. I think as an industry, we moved, when I moved actually out of pharma into CROs, we moved a lot of those earlier roles, the monitoring, the data management, out of pharma into CROs, and it became a sort of a checking shop. It was a tick box exercise, that element of critique over the data and learning your role and learning your craft went to sort of, going through the just ticking boxes, doing SDV all the time, those sorts of things. And I do think we lost something there. And it's really challenging as you look to how we move into these fractional models to create an environment that gives people the breadth and depth of experience to enable them to progress on to those those drug developer roles, which are so critical and so important, and yet are really dying a death across our industry. And so we do really need to look at that, and it is on us as to be responsible employers to make sure that as we train our staff, we're not just training them in a linear way, we're training them in the breadth as well as and whether that's through secondments or just actually exposing them to other roles and bring them together. It is really, really critical, because otherwise there are certain things that AI can do and can't do. But I'll use the analogy of the airline industry, which I use a lot. and going back to those experienced drug developers that are in our industry at the moment, and that is everybody gets on an aeroplane, it can take off, it can fly to its location, it can land, and it doesn't need those two people, not one, but two human beings sat at the front to get there. But not one of us is going to get on that plane unless there's two people sat up front, right? And so I think that's really analogous to our industry, in that, you know, I see that every day. A patient's not going to come in and have somebody put some random drug that they've never heard of and isn't well characterised in their arm unless there's a physician there to give them that confidence. And I think it's the same with more of the senior, more experienced roles in our industries. We have to support developing those people into those roles so that they can actually have that security of the critique of the data and the new methodologies that we're using.
Yeah, I mean, interesting example about the planes. I just come back from San Francisco, where I was surprised to see every third, fourth taxi having no driver in. And these kind of automated, and no one blinking an eye. And it looks like a regular car with some spinning thing. I mean, and people just get in them. And so, yeah, I think it's maybe for emergencies. But when I saw that, I thought, okay, now we're in so maybe planes are not too far away. But no, I mean, I think you bring up a really interesting point. The first point that we were talking about was, just remind me again, it was, because I just got so carried away with that one, I just wanted to...
It's the training, isn't it?
Yeah, the training, yeah. So, yeah, no, I mean, I think, yeah, exactly. So you bring up a really, really important point, and this is kind of under-talked about. I was talking to a colorectal surgeon friend of mine who now does most of his kind of operations through laparoscopic surgery and now increasingly through robotic surgery. In 1 in 100 of his patients, he has to convert to an open procedure because there'll be a bleed, they can't control it. And recently, the surgeons are now coming through who've never done an open procedure. They've never done, and when there's some emergency happen, they had to call him in. And he suddenly thought, hang on a minute, now a whole generation of consultants are coming through who've never done an open procedure, who, when there's an emergency, they don't know what to do, right? And they're just calling their seniors. Soon he'll be retired, maybe not soon, but in 10 years. And we're going to start seeing that through everywhere else, right? I think that's a negative side to see. So we need to, but I think there's ways to overcome it, but we need to put those things in place. Within Pharma now, I use ChatGPT daily, and now, but I use it in a way, ironically, to have direct access to SMEs, whereas before I couldn't get direct access. I couldn't have a conversation with someone who was a specialist market access person because I couldn't have the same language. I wouldn't know what to ask them. I wouldn't know how to communicate to them. So I would have to go through a larger consultancy firm who would then act as a bridge, which was really important. Now using ChatGPT, I can have a more intelligent conversation with them, right? And then I can have direct access, and overall that helps everyone, right? So there's going to be pluses and minuses, but you bring up a really important point, and we need to think about that.
Okay, we've got time for one quick question.
I don't know how quick it will be, but given that you're kind of saying we've been doing this already, do we need to find a way of rebadging it? And I'm really interested in your view around how do we change the cultural shift in mindset, because that's what we need. It's a great model. You know, those of us that are in this room obviously endorse it, but I think it requires a cultural shift on all sides.
Well, yeah, I think the industry has been doing it since I joined it, right? In large companies, when I got involved in my first clinical trial, there was someone whose job it was to design the CRF, and they would come onto the project, they would design the CRF, and they would go off and do the same thing in another project. So they were that fractional expert. And in large companies, when you have 30, 40,000 people, you can have all that expertise divided down into that little speciality, and it functions. I think the challenge you're alluding to is that now, because partly we're working from home, so we're a bit disconnected, but also now we're working for not one, but multiple organizations. And so it's more a mindset to sort of understand how, as an industry, we are one ecosystem, and perhaps it's not frightening to allow someone to come in and design your CRF, even though they've designed your competitor's CRF two weeks ago. And so I think it's the more it happens, the more people will become comfortable with it.
Yeah, I mean, from a culture, you bring up a really important point from a cultural perspective, and the way I've seen it done really well is when it's positioned from a company perspective. If they can say that their USP is that they know how to access the best, most experienced external talent in an agile way and an affordable way on tap. Then because essentially that's what you're doing, right? That is the USP, right? Rather than having to hire large numbers of people, then becoming more stagnant and then having to just give them projects just to do stuff, right? Or just keep them interested or have the risk of turnover. You can access the most experienced and best talent externally. And the best people to do that is going to be, and most big pharma are now moving towards that model. They were trying to become more biotech-like, agile-like, because for all the reasons that we've talked about. So we're going to see that natural trend anyway, but how to keep that replenished, how to keep that external experience replenished is going to be the hard piece.
I think there's a lot about environment as well, and the shift that's happening at the moment post-COVID. As Andrew said, people have gone working from home a lot more. Cash is king, and it's expensive, and pharma have long been large, fat, slow, and we have to be more nimble, we have to be more agile, and funding forces us down this route. And I think as we move along, we've got younger generations coming through whose expectation is that they've lived with nothing but the gig economy, and their expectation is that they get to choose where they work, how they work, and when they work, frankly. So I think there's a couple of things that are aligning to enable this model to be to come to fruition and really sort of develop further and grow. And I think many of those will force the issue.
Great. I mean, that was a fantastic discussion. Can we put our hands together, please, for Andrew, Rohit, Claire, Faisal, and Cassandra. Thanks, guys. Brilliant. Okay. So last but not least, Natalie is now going to wrap up, Natalie Douglas. I'm sure she'll introduce herself, but some of you will know Natalie as the person who resurrected one particular company which she sold for 200 million. But I best describe Natalie as a cross between Deborah Meaden and Sarah Davis, but with all the good bits. So Natalie, well, I'm not going to describe you as a dragon. I couldn't do that. I'm going down a wormhole here, aren't I? Yeah, quick on the head. No, Natalie is Phraktion's very own dragon. And I'm sure she'll do a fantastic job summing up where we are in the medtech industry right now. Thanks, Natalie.
I might have to contextualize the dragon component there, or the explanation. Hello, everybody. Thank you for that intro. I'm not sure I would have introduced myself in that way, but let's start with my first slide. I've been asked to talk a little bit about tomorrow. I'm going to start by talking a little bit about my past as well. But the theme for me really is about how the pharmaceutical industry absolutely has to adapt and embrace the changes that it's fundamentally perhaps not driving. We are all being affected by the changes that technology is bringing to society. But that is something that we all have to accept. We can't necessarily change it, but we can certainly adapt from that environment, and we can certainly embrace the changes. And there's ways of doing that, I believe, that will be very positive for everybody. The reason I'm going to talk a little bit about my past when we're talking about the future is really just to put into context the fact that I haven't had a linear career journey. And so for many of you, if you have had a linear journey within the pharmaceutical industry, it doesn't mean you can't change. But what I'm trying to encourage you also to think about is what other skill sets can you, what other industries or similar business models can you use your skills in order to adapt and evolve in this new environment? And also to think about what's going to be fun for you at this stage in your career. I did start my career in the pharmaceutical industry. I'm more of a commercial person. I carried the bag. My first job was selling drugs to doctors. I'm very much a commercial person, but I became an entrepreneur. And actually one of the themes that I see that's going to be so relevant moving forward is how the pharmaceutical industry has to become more entrepreneurial. And I don't mean in a sort of run fast, break things kind of Silicon Valley way. I'm not a big fan of that for sure. But you know, it's something that has been, it was a great place for me to train in my career. I'm glad I started there, but I didn't stay within the industry. I became an entrepreneur as a pharmaceutical services professional. So I've got a lot of experience selling into the pharmaceutical industry, and I've been doing that for most of my career. I raised private equity capital to build a global brand from that pharmaceutical services model. And it was really tough, actually, because when you're trying to innovate, when the industry isn't prepared or isn't really understanding what you're trying to innovate, it's super tough. So I definitely know how to adapt to a tough environment, and I certainly also know how to be resilient through that process. So I've done a number of things, built a global brand, brought in private equity. I led a major clinical operations turnaround, a very big European home care business. I'd never done that before. But I was using the skills that I'd learned along the way, doing all the things that I'd done. I founded a digital startup, which was quite an interesting journey in 2020. Would I have done it at a different time? Maybe. But I learned a lot as a result of doing that. I'm not a techie either, so I'm a commercial person through and through. But I could see the opportunity, and I could see where the industry needed to go. And because I spent most of my time on the pharma service side, most of the time in those business offerings, I was dealing directly with patients who needed access to therapies, whether it was in the home or whether they were in a completely different country. So the patient angle for me has always been the most important thing. And I think that being maybe slightly contentious, that's often been lacking when you're within the pharmaceutical industry. So I've come at this from a very different angle. I was driven to do that digital startup business because of my experience as a pharma services professional. I'm used to disruption and transformation, and I kind of like it, actually. And I think that for those of you that are at this stage in your career, I would really encourage you to think about what you can do with your skills that enables you to be far more disruptive and enable you to do things that maybe you've not been able to do within your role within the pharma industry. It was the best training I ever had, working for Johnson & Johnson, but I never got training like it since. I had to teach myself, and I learned along the way from my clients, from my investors. So it's not always an easy journey, but I think if you've got the right personality or you're prepared to take a leap, I would really encourage you to do it. What do I do today? Well, I sort of segued into the health tech, the med device world, which came about because I was approached by some investors. So you can see that my career path has not been linear at all, but I've ended up, it's been fascinating actually, despite the hurdles and the challenges and the battles, particularly when I've got a pharmaceutical company as a client, not that easy. It's just been really fascinating for me, and I feel very excited about where the industry is at this point in time. So I chair a number of medtech companies. I work very closely with founders, management teams, and particularly investors who are not actually very familiar with commercializing med device and med tech. And I tend to get the problem children as well. So when things are going a little bit pear-shaped because the skills have not been within that organization, or when the investors have done the due diligence, they come to people like me and say, help, what can we do now? So it's been an interesting journey, and I feel that that journey is going to continue because a lot of the skills I've built over the last few years are now becoming more and more relevant. So let's talk about the macro environment. And again, I'm thinking about the future, but I'm also thinking about what's been going on over the last few years. I'm just going to repeat some of the things that have already been said, or we'll think about the context of the conversation we've had today. I don't need to repeat some of that. Obviously, it's been a really tough situation for a lot of people. We've talked about the redundancies. We've talked about the challenges in gaining investment across the globe. I'm based in the US as well, so I see the perspective there. Sometimes it's very different to what's going on here, but I also think that gives me a pretty good perspective on what's going on a global scale. you know, the pharma industry, big pharma, dictated the industry for decades and decades, and that is just no longer the case. It's very vulnerable. We've talked about how it's outsourced over the years, and actually it's created far greater competition when you think about it as a result of that. We've talked a lot about technology today. I don't need to repeat that, but we are seeing that technology is actually driving a lot of the change, pushing, forcing the change in an industry that has been very much self-controlled and very much in charge of and dictating, I think, the environment, whether it's paying the payment system, whatever drugs come to market, where the investment is going to be. But what we are seeing now is technology changing rapidly the environment that we're in, and that is going to continue. I don't think it's all upside, by the way, but it's definitely going to continue. And what we've seen, and this has been touched on as well already today, is a lot of that change is being forced from outside the industry. We're not necessarily seeing all the innovation coming from within pharma, within biotech, and it can be very, very segmented as well. And we need to see much broader skills coming together and working more collaboratively much more early. But we're seeing, obviously, the impact of these very large organizations who do not have the skills, do not understand the healthcare environment. And that's where all of this skill, where the industry really has a role to play moving forward, because you can't just apply the tech without understanding how that technology is going to be applied. And if you think about some of the investments that have been made, I've certainly seen it through COVID. There was so much investment in health tech, so much money just being ploughed into health tech, and a lot of that tech actually hasn't proven itself to be of value, or not yet, or maybe not at all. There's been a lot of investment going into great ideas, and not every piece of technology is actually going to create a great business. So we've seen a lot of wins, but there's also there's a building graveyard of technologies where a lot of money has gone and a lot of money has been wasted. We can't affect everything. We can't impact everything. We are being done to in many respects. That's as a society and a workforce. But we can affect some of the changes, and we can take control of our careers and look at where our skill sets are going to be best deployed. And I think that what technology brings to the table today for people like us is the opportunity to utilize those skills in a very different way to how we might have used them before. Working, for example, for me, working more on the med device side than the pharma side. Super, super interesting. But also how that is going to partner. I'm seeing more of a convergence with med tech and therapies, and I think that's super exciting. And of course, the other challenge, which again is where I think technology really plays a role, is to demonstrate value. Just bringing a therapy to market is not necessarily enough. We know even if you get approval, you might not get reimbursement. I think that there's real opportunity. I work closely with a lot of companies who are monitoring patients remotely in the home, elsewhere. And it's all about value demonstration. Does this drug work? Is it effective? How is it effective? How is that patient responding? And this is all the kind of stuff that I'm involved with today, that if I look back at when I started my career, would I have thought that that's the way my career would have gone? Absolutely not. Did I have the skills to do some of that? No, but I've learned it along the way because I'm interested, because I've had the opportunity to work with some of these innovative companies. The other point that's been made already today is the fact that this is a huge market. It's a massive market and a massive opportunity, which is why we are seeing non-traditional healthcare players moving into this space. Somebody else mentioned Google already today, mentioned Amazon today. You know, we're going to see more and more of that. It doesn't mean they should have the whole pie, right? I kind of feel like, as well for British companies, the point was also made that everyone runs off to the US. It's a market where, yes, there's a lot of money, but there's also the worst possible health outcomes. And I think that there's a lot that the world can learn from what goes on in the UK, as tough as it is to bring a new innovation to the market and get NHS adoption. I don't think we should just assume that we all have to run off to the US and that's going to be the panacea either. I really believe that that isn't necessarily the case, but it goes back to the point about demonstrating value moving forward, and I think we're going to see more and more of that, particularly in the US market. But we are in an environment where the traditional pharma model has definitely changed, it's definitely evolved, and some of that, perhaps most of it, has not evolved because the industry wants to evolve, it's because it's being done too. And I see that that is going to continue, but I actually think, maybe to some of your points, Andrew, as well, I actually think we're going to start to see healthcare, life sciences start to create a much stronger position for itself because we do have access to data, we do know how to engage with patients. It's not all about the technology. And the technology itself has to, I mean, how many apps can you use to receive better treatment or to improve your health or ensure that your drug is effective? How many apps do you actually need? And how does that fit into your pathway? How does that impact the health system and the people that are trying to care for you? So it's not always quite straightforward. And I think that level of complexity is actually an advantage in this industry. It's not always very easy for the big players with all the money and all the bravado to assume that they know exactly how to treat patients. So I think there's a lot of potential here for all of us moving forward. Bigger is not always better. The point was just made as well. A lot of what pharma does is already outsourced. Right? Actually, it's created competition, but it's created opportunity when you think of where we are today. So really, is the talent already on the outside? Would be my question to you. I think it is. Obviously, we're thinking about the context of Phraktion, and I know we've talked a lot about talent today, and again, I'm going to reiterate some points, but the question about shortage came up earlier, and the shortage is some of these skill sets that leaders and senior executives in this industry and other industries as well have. It's how you can now adapt the environment, adapt to the environment with the skills that you've got. Some of those leadership skills are significantly missing in earlier stage businesses. There's so many companies I work with who have hit the wall because they haven't really thought about the longer term strategy, or they've got really excited about the technology and have iterated with the technology, and then actually they've forgotten that they need to generate revenue and nobody's buying it. So it's simple. It's the subject matter experts as well, and a lot of you will be subject matter experts, and it's not just in commercial, it's across the piece. It's really thinking about what are the leadership skills you bring to the table, what are the senior management skills you bring to the table, project leadership, project management, that's all been discussed today. But think more broadly about the business skills that you have along with your subject matter expertise, because those are skills, I can tell you, that do not exist in a lot of early stage businesses. I work very closely with a lot of very clever AI specialists. That's what they do. They're brilliant at it. It's like speaking a different language to me. And I'm the one that will be asking questions about, yeah, I think that's great, but could you just explain when you're going to generate some revenue? Or can you explain where's the profit in this model? And things like, have you thought about where your brand is perceived in the market? Simple things like, and I'm not joking, this is true, PR, marketing. I work with a founder who's amazing, very clever. He looks at me really puzzled when I use those words. PR, marketing, brand, what do you mean by that? So, but in general, there are a shortage of skills. It's not just in the pharma industry, it's going to be across broad industries as well, fintech especially. But you've all got skills that are still needed as we move forward. In the next few years in particular, I still feel that all of us at this level in our career are still going to be highly relevant. So yes, you've got to upskill. The point has already been made. You know, make yourself familiar with AI. Yes, I think it's a great idea. Why not? Some of it's quite interesting. Some of it can be fun. And I think just ensuring that you understand what is relevant to your upskilling. You know, do you want to be an AI expert? Just make sure it's relevant to where you want to be and the types of companies that you want to attract. And I think if it's a period of uncertainty for you, especially if you've been in a career for 10, 15, 20 years, suddenly this environment looks very unusual and a bit scary, I would say give yourself patience. Sometimes it's great to take a little bit of a step back and instead of sort of trying to jump straight in, think about where you want to go as opposed to where you've been. And I've definitely had to take some breathing space in my career before, and it's not comfortable at first, but you kind of get used to doing other things. So that's what I would also encourage. If the role you're looking for is not around at the moment, then maybe just go distract yourself with something that, you know, you upskill and do something completely different. New networks. I know we've all talked about LinkedIn. Obviously, Phraktion, of course, is a fantastic resource. We all know lots of people, and it's a fantastic industry for us to tap into our network. But don't be afraid to try and find other sources. Particularly look at smaller companies, whether it's med device, whether it's a remote patient monitoring tool, whatever it is, think about where your skills can be relevant, because there's a lot of businesses out there at the moment. They'll be smaller, but they need your skills, and you can multitask. We've talked about that today. So I would want to encourage you to think very differently about how you approach a business that's of interest to you. Maybe you don't know anyone, but there's perhaps a way in. And there's lots of conversations I've had over the last few years with the work that I do that has really expanded my network without, I can't say without trying, of course you've got to try, but it's not as hard as you might think when you start out. So I see us more evolving. We're not obsolete yet, I can tell you that. So I want to encourage you all. Fortune favours the brave. We've talked enough about embracing technology. It's interesting, it's fascinating. Just find the part of it that you enjoy the most. We can't stop it. It's not a panacea. I see that all the time, and we talk about it. It can be a bit scary, or we can make the assumption that technology is actually just going to just solve all our problems, and that actually isn't the case. So there's still a lot of need for your talent, is what I would say. What's already been touched on today, but these are the things that I see a lot. Do you really need a permanent job for the next 5-10 years? How about doing different flexible roles, maybe a bit of interim, maybe short term? This is another way of broadening your skill set. And actually, it can be really fun. I mean, I'm working with some really interesting people. Sometimes, like, you know, behind the scenes there's a bit of an eye roll because I'm like, oh my God, this is so easy. But most of the time it's really fun, and I actually love to be able to use the skills I've got and bring my experience to the table for younger people coming through. So it, you know, it does give you, it broadens your perspective, improves and increases your skill set, but it can also be really fun, and I don't know, there's some freedom to it as well. So final slide, you'll be pleased to know, because I'm holding you up from getting to the bar. You know, we are in an environment today where, as we've all, I think we all recognise, it's not necessarily comfortable. We saw this with COVID, actually. I think that was a big shock for everybody. We had to start to adapt. We had to do things differently. And I kind of feel with the environment that we're in, it's the next wave. It's COVID-like. But I think what's going to happen this time is we're going to see longer term changes and longer term impact, but it's not necessarily a negative thing. I just believe that if you adapt and embrace to this dynamic environment, lots of really interesting things are going to happen. It might not happen overnight, but it won't take a long time for you to really start to enjoy this environment that actually there's still a lot of opportunity here in healthcare. And I feel that the final thing I'm going to say is AI and humanism is a big thing for me. Ultimately, I don't believe that technology is the panacea. I still don't believe that's going to be the case over the next few years. And we are still required. Those emotional skills are still vital. I know that's already been said today, but I'm a big believer in that. And I think that sort of helps to level the playing field just a little bit when we might think we're being overrun by robots. So you're not obsolete, but I'm sure you're really keen to get to the bar, so I'll be quiet.
Thanks, Natalie, for doing that in super quick time. Absolutely brilliant. Any questions from the audience? I have one.
Okay.
And maybe Rohit might come in here again. We've talked about machine learning, and the more you feed it, the better it gets. Here, as Natalie's pointed out, we're talking about real people doing real things. Can AI really replace that?
I don't think so, in all honesty. I certainly don't think that we should expect, or I don't think we should accept that that could be the case. I don't think, what are we going to do with all these humans if we have the machines doing everything? I don't believe. I think the point has actually been made. You made it very well, and I'm a big believer in this. Is that it's software, right? It's an enabler, and it should help us. It should help doctors. It should help everyone that has repetition in their daily life, where there's great inefficiency, where we can look to clunk through data super quick, and we're seeing the advantages and the benefits of that, and I think that's great, but I think there's still a lot that is misunderstood. There's still, like you talked about the challenges and the hallucinations. That is still very early days. And I also think that we do need guardrails around technology as well. We can't just assume that it should be doing its own thing. I actually think that's very dangerous. I don't care what they're all saying back in Silicon Valley. But I just think that we need to be, I think we're learning about it, right? We've got to be rational about it, but I think there's a real place here for partnership between technology and humans, and I think for the industry as well, that's how we need to look at it. We need to look at partnerships in order to deliver better results and an improved life for those of us who are human.
So as Rohit was saying, a hybrid solution
I think so.
is the way forward. And one last question, I think. Oh, go on, Rohit, sorry.
So I would agree with what you're saying, and even today, I don't think AI is going to replace us, not in our lifetime.
No.
We are not there. But even today, when we talk to customers and they ask us about AI, they think it's an easy button. It's not. You train the model to solve very specific business problems. And if you look at all the AI platforms or vendors or whoever they are building, they're building solutions to address a very specific business problem. Ours is safety, signal detection, medical. We have 5-6 use cases there. We have commercial insights, and we have market access. We don't have patient safety. We don't have supply chain. We don't have all these other clinical, but they're platforms that are focused on that. At some point, it will come to a point where, again, you may not need as many humans to do the job because of efficiencies that come with it, and these models are getting very sophisticated, and the level of accuracy is increasing. Ours is like 96-point-some%. Some model, some 96+%, but I don't think it's going to happen in our lifetime.
Great.
No, I don't think so.
I think there's a question, Paul, behind you, and then we'll go to Faisal last.
Hello, my name is Rahela Penowski, and I'm running Cognet, a consulting company, and I have been a healthcare professional by myself, 30 years also in artificial intelligence, and last 2 years in generative AI. And I would like, before I ask a question, I reassure you all, healthcare professionals are not going to be replaced. And actually, I have tested Gen AI, what is the best person to work with them. Of course, first answer is everyone. But then I started to scratch the surface, and it came out, if you are more experienced, if you are more knowledgeable, open-minded, and agile to improvement. And I would add, if you have soft skill of managing assistants, then you are a rock star. And I'm really using AI for strategy, for everything. And of course, I have to be in charge. And my expertise and knowledge delivers prompts on which generative AI can really flourish. And you will see the difference. Just use your expertise and use your knowledge and your skills in managing your assistants, and you will be the best. So how do you feel about that now?
Yes, thank you.
Great talk, really insightful. And we've talked a little bit already about culture, and we're in the healthcare space, and it's really important, and so on and so forth. As I was coming through my career, we always knew we had to do good for the patient. We had to do good, of course. But really central to what we wanted to do was to build a career and to make money and then to share that experience at the end. When I talk to my children now, the next generation, their central theme is much more around doing social good. That is the most important thing. As you're doing a lot of your kind of medtech, is that a central part of that, and what can we do to kind of learn around that change in paradigm around actually social good is the most important thing, and to keep people interested and to keep people in their career?
I think that's a really great point. I work with a lot of entrepreneurs in the UK, actually, with investors who are focused on technology that's evolving here. I definitely think in the case of actually one of the entrepreneurs I work with very closely has never had a job. He developed the technology. It's an at-home blood monitoring device for patients. Actually, it can be used more broadly, but he's focused on patients who are receiving chemotherapy at the home. He is an engineer. He loved physics. He's never, ever had a job, but he was the founder of this business, raised capital. He is totally driven by making an impact on patients, people who are affected by cancer. And so that's all he thinks about. He doesn't get paid very much. He's got his own family, but he's completely driven by that. I think there are other young people that are influenced in different ways and see, that they're capitalist from the very core, right? And I'm not necessarily disagreeing with that, but I definitely see in my own son, who is 17, he's thinking about science as his for his degree, and what he says to me is, I want to do something to help people. He still sees the pharma industry or biotech as, a place where he wants to be, and I haven't really influenced him, but I guess I have along the way. So I agree. I think that it also marries with some of the comments that have been made about how young people perceive their working life. Where their values have to be combined with what they're doing with their career. And I think that bearing in mind, I think again, technology is it's an enabler for them. A lot of them obviously use technology perhaps far better than some of us do, but we need them to feel that the work they're going to do, I think they need to feel that the work they're going to do is going to be impactful on humans, despite the fact that a lot of them are, using technology almost from the day they open their eyes. So I agree with you. I think that, and actually it's our role to pay that forward. Somebody else made that comment. One of the things I do hear a lot at the moment from recent graduates is it's so hard to get an internship or a placement within the pharmaceutical industry. It's almost impossible. I was talking to, and this is in the US as well as here, which I find it staggering actually. If we want to encourage young people to enter the industry, we've got to find a way of getting them into the industry far sooner. It's super hard. I spoke to an amazing science graduate about 2 months ago. She lives in my hometown of Princeton, and she has been she graduated last year. She's trying to find a job, which is why I was talking to her. She's like, how can you help me? Well, of course I'm going to help you, but I can't necessarily get her in. I approached various people who work in pharma. Sorry, can't help. This is our process. Goes back to the point, this is our process. These are the hurdles you have to jump through. I think if we want to encourage young people to join the industry, we've got to make it easier for them. Even if they've got the intention to start with, we're kind of putting them off before they even get started. So, I don't know, I'm putting that out there to let you know that we need to be encouraging these people who really care, right? They want to do good. They see it as an industry that is helpful to humans, but we've got to help them get in and start to roll their sleeves up.
Thanks, Natalie. Let's put our hands together for Natalie for a great finish there. Thank you. Okay, it's been a great day. There are drinks next door. Andrew's still here. He's got lots of books to sign. So thank you. Thank you all for coming. Cheers.